For those of you who come with curiosities, with questions, heed the warning, you should beware. For those of you who come in search of fright and scares, fear not, for there are plenty to share. Now as the feeling trickles down your spine, and your heart begins to race and your mind resides, close your eyes, step forth, and embrace the chill, as the wind dies down and the air grows still. Now you find yourself at the gate, and you realize there's no escape. Once you've crossed the domain, you found yourself playing a creeper's game. Let yourself sink, the time is just right, for there's a lesson to learn in Ghoul School tonight. Welcome to Ghoul School with us. Welcome all.
Yeah, so I would like to try to keep it under 4 hours if at all possible.
Yeah, we'd like a lot of things, wouldn't we? I'd like $1 million. I'd like peace in the Middle East. But you know what, bud? This is Ghoul School.
So, some things are within our control, though. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Well, that's too bad. I mean, the specter of death hangs over us all equally, and this is the only opportunity we have to come together and do what's right by fans and ghouls alike.
I don't think anybody wants this.
Oh, tough. And just so you're aware, RJ, we are live.
I stand by it. I don't think
Good.
anybody wants this.
That's fine.
People never have before. I mean, I'm just looking at our stats right now. You know, it seems okay. Oh well.
I think it's in a bit of a nosedive, free fall. I mean, these Ghoul Schools always take a big bite out of our bottom line, but you know what? It's worth it.
It's worth it?
It's worth it at the end of the day. Because you know why? Oh, it feels so goddamn good on a Sunday night to not be like, I have to watch a Criterion.
Well, I mean, the alternative to not watching a Criterion doesn't have to be 100+ movies. It doesn't really need to be one or the other, you know?
No, that's freedom. That's freedom. Because I have a choice, RJ. I've got a
really?
choice. It's not a compulsion or anything.
Yeah, I understand. I am finally kind of aware of what you're working on here.
I mean, I've only watched 51 things since we last recorded.
Only. So
Only.
what's your
and
pace
two of those are Cassavetes. It's 49. That's pretty reasonable.
Like 50 a day?
Wow, it's for every 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's watching like 50 a day. It's pretty outrageous, if you ask me.
No, maybe if I was sticking to those brackages.
The buy brackage?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna get those eventually again, won't we?
Yeah, there'll be another wave, a tsunami of Stan coming at us.
But do you stand for brackage?
That's a day down the road.
Right.
Long down the road. We're not here about that shit, RJ.
No, we got important stuff to talk about.
How's your the latter part of October treating you?
Well, Garrett Pumpkin, wouldn't you know? I think this is always what happens to me. I start pretty strong, and then I don't want to use the word fizzle because I think I'm still going pretty well. I am officially at 50 as of today, but I know
it's a long ways away from 61.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple days left, so I start strong, but I actually had some work things that needed attention, and it took a little bit of my time, Jarrett. It's taking a little bit of my time. And there was a moment a couple days ago when I had like half an hour left of the day before I, tucked myself in for the long goodbye, and I was actually pretty bummed out that I couldn't just watch some Star Trek and just kind of soak away. I was like, I have to watch something else,
Well, come Sunday, you'll be docking once again at that station in the sky. With our good friends, Bashir, Odo,
Oh,
Cisco.
I don't think Bashir fits on that list.
Well, he's number one, I thought.
Oh, right. Yeah. So I was a little bit bummed. I still am enjoying my Creeptober. I'm not burnt out on it yet, but I've just been so busy with work that at the end of the day, even though I only have like not even 10 movies left on my list, making a selection out of those takes too long, and I just wanted the comfort of not having to decide and just throw on Deep Space Nine. So
Yeah.
I'm definitely sizzling. I haven't burnt out yet, but I'm sizzling.
Or is it a simmer?
It's a simmer. It's a simmer and sizzle.
Okay.
There's a pop once in a while. How about you? What is your official count before we get started?
Well, as of right now, upon recording, is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
121 entries.
Okay, so I know that probably 30 of those are shorts,
30 of those are shorts.
which still leaves you at kind of a nice round 90. I've been approached by several listeners of the podcast, and they want me to just ask you a simple question. You okay?
I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
doing great, actually. Fantastic. No one needs to worry about me. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay. This is what they wanted, right?
Look, I mean, just because these people are underachievers in their own lives doesn't mean that like there's anything wrong. I mean, they're looking upon greatness, commitment, and they're like, "Oh, there must be something wrong there." It's like, no, everything's right.
Okay. Well, that's all I needed.
I have to pick up the slack for the rest of you.
That's true.
You know what? Like, you look at like there's some real people, real numbers behind them. You look at that, like that Actium Jackson Maximus. You see
what's he up to?
I think he's at like 135, or something like that. Yeah, and that's some real features. I don't know what he does. I don't know if he's watching these movies or if he puts them on, and does other things.
He never struck me as the kind of guy who would kind of like idly watch stuff. You know, I feel like
right. I mean, I guess so. But man, you got to do other things at some point, right? You have to eat.
Maybe you don't.
Maybe not. Just stop eating. That's a commitment level that scares me. Which is apt for this time of year, I suppose.
It is. Well, I'm glad that you can somehow rationalize it to yourself and to others. And I think if anyone is to blame, it's some of the listeners, because I think a while ago they're like, "What's up with Jarrett not watching movies?"
See?
And then look what happened. Here we are now.
This is blood on their hands.
Yeah. It's like I've said before. I think they're bad dudes. I think you're a bad dude. Pretty much everyone except for me is a bad dude.
Fair.
You know? Did we get email today? We're not going to read them. But
no. We didn't get a single email. So very good behavior. Very good. Good, everybody. You're doing as well. You can return next week. And
if they want to.
If they want to.
They might just say, fuck it. They had 2 weeks off in October. They might just be done with the podcast.
Yeah, break the cycle.
So what were we talking about, Garrett Pumpkin?
I don't know.
You like spook movies or something?
RJ Bagul. Hey, you're coming in pretty clear today so far. But the night is young.
I got a new connector for my Ethernet. So hopefully this does the trick, if you know what I mean.
Ugh.
Did that not come through?
No, it did.
What was wrong with that?
I don't know.
You're not doing the trick over there?
Hopefully it does the trick.
Oh.
So where did we leave off last time? We didn't even finish like everything we'd seen up to that point. I mean, I think I touched upon people should check out every 90s commercial ever. I could have talked about the film that is Malevolence from 2004, which my review, it says it all. It's so Anchor Bay before like Arrow really and Vinegar Syndromes and the synapses really taking hold. There was Anchor Bay that was putting out all this like good horror stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they would also put out new releases. And it seems like there's always this rush from horror fans of like watching some new thing. And if they're there early enough, they're like, oh, this is it. This is the next Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like, without fail. It doesn't matter what it is. They're always like, this is it. This is the next blank. Like this, like, but no one ever knows what it is. But if you say it enough and it turns out to be true, you can be like, I got it right. It's like that guy who says, "Hey, I made millions on the stock market, and this is what I predict this time. You should definitely jump on my Patreon."
Mm-hmm. What do you think their Patreon is? Is it just tips for the stock market?
Yeah, it's called Just the Tip.
Oh, is that Matt Fraction, Chip Zdarsky books? That book?
Sex Criminal?
They put out another one called Just the Tips.
Oh, okay.
Where it was just the tips.
Oh, I didn't. I wasn't aware.
I bought it from you, book.
Did you?
From your store.
Wow. It's not my store.
From the store that you work at.
Okay, that's fine. That's believable. That's something. It's not a comic that I'm familiar with.
What were you talking about before you got into tips?
Malevolence. So, hey,
right.
RJ, have you ever seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Yeah,
Have you
seen
seen like other movies that are basically just being Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Well, about 100 of them.
Yeah, this is just like one of those.
Yeah, that's not good, man.
It's not, well, it's nothing special. I guess it actually is a movie though, of like all these movies that I've watched this month. It's actually trying to be scary, which on Sunday I took a little bit of time away from watching movies to do a little bit of minifig assembly at the comic store, and I was chatting with a friend of mine, Jay, and he was asking me. It's like, so what are some good horror movies? And I'm like, well, what do you like? And he was like, well, I don't know. I do like jump scares. And I was kind of like, okay. I mean, that's kind of like not my thing. It all depends. Like, I don't know, RJ, how do you feel about like overtly scary movies? Do you like to get spooked?
I mean, I don't mind it. It's just, when that's all it is, then that's kind of a big turnoff. Like, I do prefer I'm a fan of the slow burns, and not the Ari Aster slow burns. The other slow burns.
The Ty West.
Not the Ty West slow burns. I'm more thinking of, have you
Oz
ever
Perkins?
listened to John? Yeah, the Oz Perkins slow burns, or maybe the John Carpenter, not his movies, but the way he talks.
Carpenter?
I think John Carpenter.
That's what it's
John Carpenter.
It came out as Jarpenter.
Carpenter? Well,
yeah.
He probably hangs out with Paul Cassavetes, no?
Jassavetes?
Yeah, Janus. Remember Janus? What were you talking about?
Cinema.
Texas Chainsaw?
Do you like to be scared? Do you like scared? Like movies are like actively like trying to like, I don't know. Sometimes, but like sometimes I guess like, oh, I don't like this. I'm too scared.
Yeah.
And then I don't like it.
What got you too scared this month?
This movie? Well, this movie was trying to.
About?
This movie was trying to. It happens more of like I think that's why found footage movies found success was because they could actually elicit like jump scares fairly effortlessly, and because it's like you're looking at reality, and so when Oogity Boogity comes out looking at finding you to get you,
what?
The Oogity Boogity, Oogity Boogity Goo, like Mr. Boogity, remember that guy?
Yeah, didn't Josh Fraser tell us to watch that movie once? Mr. Boogity?
I don't know. He might have.
Or was that Mr. Bones? I don't know. He doesn't listen to the podcast anymore, so we can't. Mr. Boogity. He's doing other things that are important instead of listening to me.
Real works. So
Real works.
Malevolence. Yeah, this is oh yeah. Guess what they do at the beginning of this movie? The guys, they rob a bank. This is like part of like the movies we were talking about last time. It was like, yeah, people robbing banks and they go into the country, and then the real horror begins.
Oh, okay.
And there's three of these. There's three of these Malevolence films. And I think the third one like just recently came out because it takes time.
Really?
Well, this one was 2004. And it's like, wow, I'm up to 3 likes on mine. Wow, very nice. So Malevolence 2 goes by Bereavement, and then Malevolence 3 comes along called Malevolence 3 Killer.
Was it Killer?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But yeah, this Stephen Mann or Mina, sorry. This is all he does. He makes malevolence films every, what is this, 2004, 2010? Like, yeah, every like 8 years, 6 to 8 years, he makes one of these.
Maybe that's what we should do for Ghoul Schools every 6 to 8 years.
Oh, wow. His Letterboxd bio, wherever it got sourced from: screenwriter, published novelist, award-winning director, editor, and composer, Steven is the quintessential auteur.
Really? I thought you were the quintessential auteur.
That's what I thought, but I guess Steven got me beat. And then he also did a something called Brutal Massacre, a comedy, back in 2008. So he dabbled in a little bit of a horror comedy.
Oh, I know you're a big fan of horror comedy.
Oh, it's a mockumentary too. That's something
I know you're
see?
an even bigger fan of those.
A sure sign of auteurship is the mockumentary. Anyway, Malevolence.
Good show or what?
It exists.
Okay.
I also watched The Wind. You hear about this?
Oh, is that a Shudder exclusive, Jarrett?
Well, I think it actually had a theatrical release, and then it
did it?
And I think it did. I think it might have even. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it played at Movie Mill.
That one and the Nightingale, I think, both had theatrical release. Maybe it's just the streaming rights or Shudder exclusives or something like that.
That's I think right.
Yeah. Yeah, because I didn't know that Nightingale movie was a horror. I remember that book.
I think Nightingale's on Prime now too.
Sometimes, there's a little. I've noticed there's sometimes errors in Just Watch when it's set, and Prime itself. If you search something on Prime, it might say that it's on there, and then when you click on it, it'll be like available on Shudder because Prime owns Shudder now.
So what do you know about The Wind?
I know that I make wind.
Well, first of all, this movie's got a big strike against it. It was directed by a woman, so RJ's out, and it stars a woman, so it's out.
Two strikes, you're out.
Yeah, RJ's not going to bother. So this is a movie. It's like loosely a remake, not really. So back in like 1928, there's a movie called The Wind, silent film. It is awesome. It is fantastic. It's one of those like top tier silent films that has kind of like languished, and there's no big like Blu-ray release of it to like really show it off, but it's fantastic. It's this whole idea of like, it's just like kind of the struggle of pioneer life or colonial struggles.
You love that, don't you?
I do. I like people going out to the middle of nowhere and then facing the elements. So this is that kind of story, and it's kind of I don't know. It fits into the elevated horror genre of which that we exist in currently. The thing, like everything is like The Witch now. Everything is about being drawn out, pacing, but it works only if you have something there. And this at 86 minutes even. It doesn't feel like there's enough going on. I think the biggest offense of this film for me personally, and it's not a badly made movie. It actually looks pretty good. And it's a horror western, which is also good. But how do you make a movie called The Wind, but like don't do anything with the wind?
Is it metaphorical wind, Jarrett?
Well, I don't know.
You know, metaphors are pretty popular.
It's about ghosts. There's like some cool ghost demons. So there's like alluding to demons, and there's like kind of I guess I would call undemarcated flashbacks. So it seems like there's times where like your sense of time and space kind of shift effortlessly back and forth, and you're kind of like, oh, wait a minute, well, that's a flashback. Oh, this person's still alive, and now it's like starting to play with that, which I guess is like supposed to capture a sense of being on the prairie, and every which way you look, it kind of just looks the same. There's like I guess there's an attempt to play with that. And I kind of like acknowledged that was going on, but at the end of the day, the movie didn't really leave much of an impression. And I watched this like 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's kind of nice to take a break from watching 70s exploitation horror movies or like Euro horror or stuff like that. And watch them in contemporary from like 2018 and be like, oh, this feels so, current. And it's very watchable, but at the same time, you're left at the end of the movie going, oh, that's it, huh? Like it didn't do anything. It didn't like hit me with an image that you're looking for in a horror movie of like, oh shit, that's fucked up. Like, that's kind of what you want in a horror movie. You want something to like unsettle you, and it just doesn't do that.
Was it a slow burn, Jarrett?
Aren't they all? As I turn to the camera and wink.
Do you think I would get more out of this movie since I'm a big slow boy?
No, because again, RJ, director,
What?
a star.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. You cut out, but I can only assume that you were making comments about my character and my the things that I like and don't like.
That'd be correct.
Yep. Okay. So you're giving this a.
This is a real, for me, a 5 out of 10 experience.
Okay. That's for you. That's not bad though.
It's not good though. Sometimes. Yeah. One of the highlights though of the first like half of the month though was this movie called Bliss.
So Jarrett, I saw you watch this. I saw it go into some of your top category here for most liked new watches or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I got to tell you, Jarrett, I was a little surprised by that.
Why is
I
that?
haven't seen Bliss, but.
So this is directed by Joe Bagos. And I've kind of been very leery about what I've been seeing because he does a lot of pastiche.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Are you going to check out VWF next?
I do want to see it. Like if someone hands me a copy of VFW, I will 100% be all over top of it. Like, I want this thing because, like, there's like a 4K release of it, but like, it's not on Amazon.ca. It's really annoying. There's a guy on Facebook was selling it for like $15, but he only wanted e-transfer, and I'm like, no, no, my dude. So, but like, I've seen this like, there's this Almost Human movie of his, The Mind's Eye, which is his scanners thing, VFW, which is like Carpenter up and down, and now Bliss, which. I feel like probably Bliss is going to be his best movie to date for me, like for my tastes.
Okay.
So this is a movie about a young woman who is a kind of like on the verge of success as an artist. She's a painter. She's got a dealer who kind of fucks around. She's got like this like older guy that she sees has kind of like a very casual relationship in Los Angeles. And, she's like, all the things are set up pretty quickly. It's like, yeah, she's kind of like about to get kicked out of her apartment unless she can like get this painting done. But, the process is difficult. And then it's like kind of like seeing this kind of, contemporary character, that does like, everything but maybe the work they need to do. So they're drinking, partying, fucking their friends.
Excuse me?
Being irresponsible. And one thing leads to another, and then this movie kind of takes a turn, and then we get into some like vampire stuff, but it's all very matter of fact. It fits very much into like kind of like that 90s black and white art house vampire stuff that we had going, like Nausea, The Addiction, and so anyway, I thought this movie looks cool. It's like unlike pretty well a lot of the horror movies that I've been checking out lately. And I mean, I don't know if you're going to like this very much, but I don't know if I feel like you might be like I hate these characters and check right out. I feel that's a possibility. There is no animal violence, which is a good, right?
Mm-hmm. Right? That's a strong plus.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's pretty cool. And there's like when the violence sneaks up on you, it's pretty effective. And yeah, no, I think this is like a probably, I would assume it's probably his best movie, because I have not seen really anyone super in love with The Mind's Eye, his scanners thing.
Mm-hmm. What about VFW?
I totally want to see that because it too has George Wendt.
Yes, it does.
Because Bliss also has George Wendt, just for a little bit.
So he's one of his guys.
He's one of his dudes now.
Well, I know a guy who owns that. I could maybe arrange something if you make it worth my while.
Okay.
But so I noticed you used the word art house in there a little bit. Did you know that art isn't real, Jarrett?
I feel like I've heard that before.
Okay.
I can't recall where though.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to like throw that out there, but I mean, I would check it out. I thought is it VFW or VWF?
VFW.
Yeah, I liked what I saw in that.
Mhm.
So I was gonna check out Bliss, but I think with the in the dying grind here, I'm gonna try to get some shit movies out because I
Yeah.
don't want to watch those in the normal year.
The artisan.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Like right now, I've got, what do I got? 4 days till the end of the
Yeah.
month. Then you can't watch horror movies ever again for 11 months, or at least till May. And I'm like, well, what do I watch? And like, do I watch some quality stuff? Because I definitely feel deprived of like 4-star movies or things that are potentially going to be 4 stars, because sometimes knowing you're going to watch something that's 2.5, 3, it's relaxing.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, oh, this is nice. This movie is just about like, disco and werewolves or something like that. And like, that's like very like, oh, this is nice. This is good.
Is there such a thing? Do you have a disco werewolf movie? Because I'd be interested.
Only in my mind.
Frig.
So one thing I did, because I'm a dork, is on Letterboxd, you can arrange things by year and by genre and also by popularity and by highest rating. And so I was like, well, maybe I should go through every single year since 1920.
Oh, God.
Because this doesn't actually take that long to do. And you can actually, it really doesn't. Like,
Okay.
it sounds like a lot. It's like you're going through 100 years. But when you just go and click, you make one click with a button, and then you're like, oh, that's that year's. And then you click, oh, that's that next year's. And then you add them to a list. So I was kind of compiling a list of things that are like the highest rated things I had never seen before that are constituting as horror by year that I hadn't seen. And so I kind of like, and then you make that list, and then you organize it by the runtime, shortest to longest, and you hit those short ones and knock those out, because 99% of those are going to be on YouTube. And
are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
The worst thing I watched, hands down, was Meet the Pyro, which is a 2-minute long advertisement for Team Fortress 2 about the like flamethrower guy from the Team Fortress game. And it is like it's like such nerd humor.
This looks like real shit. What are you doing?
Well, I just got, it's only 2 minutes. I knocked it out and I went, this is horrible. In fact, one of our dear listeners sent us what basically is a meme from Meet the Pyro, RJ. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
I don't even know what this Team Fortress shit is.
It's a pretty popular game. You ever played Team Fortress? It's fun.
Nope.
Team Fortress was fun when I was like in high school in 1999. Or whatever.
When
like,
you were
people were playing Counter-Strike, people playing Team Fortress back in the old days of Valve or Steam or whatever it was.
Interesting.
No. Anywho, so
Suspect.
that's horrible. Like this is like, I could hear the laughter though of people who love this stuff, and I'm like, no, it's like that Kung Fury thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Yep.
it's kind of like in the same ballpark of just like, this is not a good time for Jarrett. Another low light was Satan and the Virgin, which like, that sounds pretty fucking cool, right?
It does.
Well, all this is like a couple minutes long, and it is footage of a burlesque show of this girl with a like Satan puppet and them going to bed together, and she dances around, and it's like, oh, this is well regarded on Letterboxd by like math. It's horror, and it's like, no.
Yeah. If I had a nickel, Jarrett, for every time math did me dirty, let me tell you, I couldn't figure it out. But
I mean, one piece of class that I finally knocked out after all these years was The Big Shave. Are you familiar with The Big Shave?
I've heard of it. I can't remember why though.
So this is Martin Scorsese.
Okay.
It's a short film of his where it's like the thing where he goes and he shaves in the mirror, but it goes a little beyond that as well. And apparently, it's about Vietnam. It's kind of like Death Dream.
Oh, it's all a flashback, a PTSD.
No. It's about the state of America, RJ.
Oh, like current state?
At all times.
Oh, it's an evergreen short. It just works whenever.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
then I watched. I think actually okay. No, the worst thing I watched. I don't know. This is like in quotes. Like this is something called The Ghost of the Hotel from 2013.
Okay.
Whew. Words.
Good stuff.
There are no words for what this is. I think it's like a rap group making a horror film in their hotel, in like terms of like their like the hallways of a hotel, and it is like, I mean, this is crap. This is like people just like who are just fucking around. And that's all it is. Some people though on Letterboxd, they'll say such declaratives as like, this is the greatest piece of cinema I've ever seen. Give it 5 stars because irony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and talking about like things like real A24 vibes.
Did you get that from that?
No, a beautiful masterpiece of cinema. Truly chilling horror film. If you listen close, you can hear Ari Aster taking notes. Look at this shit. A rumor has it this is actually what inspired 2017's A Ghost Story. I know, too. A cinematic masterpiece. Everyone just loves it. But, no.
Hey,
this is one of the drawbacks of this system I have.
Yeah.
Math bites you in the ass.
it's too bad there's not a watch list thing, an anti-watch list thing on Letterboxd, so that I could go to this now and put don't or like never watch, because one day I might just pop it off by mistake.
Mm-hmm. But you might love it, RJ. Maybe it speaks to you.
I mean, it sounds like shit.
No.
You know?
And you'd be right.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
what I thought.
I mean, I found out about something called the Scooby-Doo Project, which all it is a compilation of like bumpers from a Scooby-Doo marathon back in 1999.
That's cool.
Well, all it is like they took like the Blair Witch idea and they just added the Scooby-Doo characters into it and tried to like create a a mockumentary with Scooby-Doo characters, but it's Blair Witched, and that's it. I didn't really pay that much attention to that. And then I watched The Shrine. That
sounds cool.
Doesn't it? This is a Canadian horror film. This got put on my radar. This is from 2010 because Rue Morgue magazine just recently put out a new like 50 horror films you've never seen list. I'm a sucker for these kinds of lists. And of course, when I look at this list, I go, why am I a sucker for these lists? Some of the worst horror films I've watched are a result of these goddamn lists. Case in point, the film Proxy.
Oh, that I don't know what that is, but I'm interested to hear about it.
Yeah, you'd love it. You should check it out.
Okay.
But on this list, there's like Satan's Little Helper.
I know that one.
You know, I mean, Triangle's on it, which is good.
I could see Triangle not working for people though.
I guess I don't know why. It's pretty fun, but yeah, like pretty well. Like of all the stuff I've watched on this list, I think there's like a lot of 2.5 stars.
Yeah,
like Grace or A Horrible Way to Die from our good friend Adam Wingard.
Oh God, I fucking hate him. I was gonna say, you know what I've noticed? There's this like trend of people thinking Triangle is not like a pretty well known movie, because I've heard other people, it's like it's this crazy movie, it's called Triangle, and it's like in my mind I was like, do people not know what Triangle is?
I mean, it is like it's a movie that has found a cult after.
Yeah, well, I feel like if I have seen it, it can't be that outlandish, you know.
I mean, but you're like you're a horror boy.
Yeah, I know, but like I don't know. There's actually I'll probably eat my own words later. Like there's nothing too crazy I think I watch except for some stuff. Okay, yeah, you know what? Never mind. I just thought Triangle was more well known than it seems to be. No. Oh well.
Oh wow.
So tell me about this. What were you talking about?
The Shrine. Yeah. So I didn't even rate this thing. This movie. So they basically want you to think that you're in Poland. But in fact, you're just in like rural Ontario.
Those are almost the same thing, no?
I mean, I've seen some people say, "Wow, yeah, you really think that it is?" And I'm like, "Oh, no, you don't." It's like in no way. Like everything just like this looks like like the Canadian landscape, and like we live thousands of kilometers away from where this was shot, but like I'm like, oh yeah, that looks like Canada to me. Like I don't know what the visual like difference is between like a European countryside and what a Canadian countryside is, but I just look at this and I go, yeah, this is Canada. Like, and I don't know why. It's like maybe because I've seen like, you know, these things on CBC that they just have a look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say, have you ever read Jeff Lemire, Jarrett? Because that's what Ontario looks like.
There you go. So this movie opens up with a occult sacrifice of some sort happening, and then it jumps to these young journalists that they've got a hot scoop, and there's like things going on out there. Let's go find out about this cult or something like that going on in Poland. And off they go to an airport that they definitely boarded and fly across the ocean. And yeah, sure enough, like half of this movie's dialogue is in, I guess, Polish. But
real Polish?
I don't know. I'm not sure if like these actors are all Polish or like, you know, Polish Canadian or natural speakers, or if they just like learned how to speak it. I have no idea. But it sure like felt like we were hanging out at the Polish Canadian Club.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, they go through the woods and it gets all foggy. There's a creepy demon statue, and then it all goes real crazy after that. And there's like the cult's trying to sacrifice them. We don't know why, but they're cultists. Some of that stuff, there's some pretty grotesque stuff with that, like a mask being hammered into someone's face while they're alive. That's not fun. But
a mask?
A metal mask with like
Okay.
big spiky things on the inside of the thing where you'd put it on your face, and then it gets placed on your face, and then it gets hammered in. It's like, that's
Okay.
Yeah, that jumps out at me right now. But other than that, like, oh, the actors suck because they're Canadian.
What about Christopher Plummer? He's Canadian.
Well, but he comes from a different generation.
What about Kiefer Sutherland? He's Canadian, isn't he?
He sure is, Jack Bauer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about him?
Well, they leave. That's the thing. If you're good enough, you get out.
I see.
I don't know. There's something about it sometimes. They have a look to them where you're like, yeah, you're just like, everyone tells you how talented you are. And you're like, oh yeah, you're so talented. You're so successful. You're really going to go places. And like, it's like, yeah, I was in a commercial. I think I played on CBC at like 9:00 at night once during a hockey game. It's a pretty big deal.
Or it's like, hey, you know that you saw that trailer for that TV show and you heard that voice. I know that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you go, okay, cool.
It's like, well, what's your full-time job? Oh, you know, I'm a bartender.
I'm a bartender.
Well,
and
I am working on a screenplay though. I don't know if I've told you about it.
Jarrett, would it have anything art house-y? Would it be artisanal in any way?
Well, I think they take a lot of inspiration maybe from like a fellow Canadian inspirational figure, like a Denis Villeneuve, perhaps.
Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah. Denis Villeneuve.
That's right. Yeah, but I think I could improve upon his ideas.
Sure. I mean, he is part of Canada's genius, brilliance, would you not? You would.
And maybe mingle it with something like torn from the headlines of Twitter.
Wow. I think you have, I don't want to overstep, but I think you might have the greatest achievement in human history coming your way.
Well, I am an auteur, after all.
If
it's not clear already.
Yes, I'm understanding.
Okay. Well,
I'm glad that you had a good dip into Canadian cinema.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any other ones, but that was
I have a Canadian one I can talk about later.
Well, how about you tell me about what you have been watching from last time before we finished last episode, and we're already 40 minutes in here.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, you have at least 4 times more movies than I do, so you do your thing. It's been like 8 weeks already, but hey, Jarrett, you ever heard of Flatliners?
I have heard of Flatliners. I've never seen it.
Did you know that Flatliners is Catholic Guilt, the movie?
I did not know that until you tagged your not review about it.
It is, man. So, hey, Jared, do you like Julia Roberts?
Nope.
What about Kevin Bacon?
I like him in
What about
Tremors. He's
Yeah, he's good in
decent.
Tremors.
Yeah.
What about Jack Bauer?
No.
You don't like Keith Sutherland?
No.
Oh, I thought you were a big 24 guy. What about Oliver Platt?
I reserve judgment. Like, do people have opinions of Oliver Platt?
I mean, I'm sure there's one person. Here, I saved the best for last, Jared.
Okay.
How do you feel about Billy Baldwin?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he kind of stands out in the group here because it's kind of like, why is Billy Baldwin in this? Could they not get Alec? I'm not going to actually talk about Stephen Baldwin for
Adam?
that matter. Any of them. He plays like a sexed up sex boy in this. It's pretty wild. So Flatliners, it's like med students who are trying to see if there's anything after life, so they kill themselves and then bring themselves back. And then each time they try to kill themselves stay dead for a little longer, Jared, because they're getting glimpses at what lies beyond the pale into the further, if you know. But what actually happens is these people get a taste of it, and it kind of unleashes things that they didn't really plan for. And Jared, maybe even they get kind of their sins get brought to their attention because they're kind of, they're dying, they're reliving their lives, and their deepest, darkest sins are right there for you and me.
Damn.
Sure. Yeah, big time.
This movie kind of reminds me of there's a movie called Autopsy, I think, and it's from the guys who did Crank.
Oh, I've never seen it.
I've always assumed it always sounded like Flatliners, I guess. Was it Brian Taylor? Well, maybe I'm wrong on that. Let me look this up. There's a movie though, very similar sounding. Maybe they wrote it.
Could have.
I don't know.
But
Pathology.
Pathology. Is that what it's called? Pathology?
This movie I'm talking about. Okay, let me read this to you. Maybe this isn't it.
Okay.
Oh no, okay. This is a different movie altogether. But there's another movie though about people who kept bringing themselves to the edge of death and they get addicted to near-death experiences.
That is exactly what Flatliners is.
Right, but is there another movie that did the exact same thing? I don't know. There
was a remake of Flatliners that came out 2-3 years ago, starring a Canadian. What's her name? From Juno, Ellen Page.
Juno.
Well, I was gonna say from Trailer Park Boys, but she was only in 2 episodes in season 1 of Trailer Park Boys, so But yeah, Flatliners is okay. Nothing crazy. It didn't stir enough interest in us to check out the remake. We were like, nah, whatever. So anyways, Jared, do you want to hear about a potential Jarrett pick?
I would love to hear about a potential Jarrett.
And I use that loosely because I don't know. But I watched a movie on your favorite website, Tubi, called Spaceship Terror. And then 2 days later, I kind of was kicking myself because I thought of it late. So I updated my review for Space Shit Terrible because I thought it was funny, Jared. Mm-hmm. I thought it was funny.
But you don't actually think the movie's terrible.
No, this is actually an okay movie. I actually rated this because I want people to know that I thought Spaceship Terror was a 3-star film.
3 stars, huh?
3 stars. Surprisingly so, Jared. Surprisingly so. So this was filling my Alien quota, of which I have many. I think I'm at 3 or 4 of the year, and I think I'm done. But anyways, we have a spaceship full of ladies, and they land, or what is it? Fuck, it doesn't matter. They either land on a planet and then go on a ship, or they come from a planet and then board a ship and the ship is flying. I think that's what it is. But so I turned this thing on expecting I threw this on because I was going to work and watch, because I was like, this is a shit movie. Yep. I don't need to watch this. And then I was immediately surprised in the credits. So in the credits, you have 5 minutes of this gross old fat guy just dismembering bodies. And it's just shots of arms hanging from walls. And I was like, huh, I was like, what is this? And then there was like more scenes of like dismembered bodies, and I was just like, what is this? I was like, because I wasn't expecting that level of gratuity and violence and gore. I was just like, what is this? So these ladies, they like go on a ship, and they meet this like basically you're Newt from Aliens 2. They find like one girl who's been on the ship forever, and she's like trying to show them how to live. And it's all about, they're all trying to get away from this guy named what is his name? It's like Dr. Terrible or something like that.
Okay.
I gotta figure it out. Oh no, what was his name? I will figure it out. It's something like Dr. Terrible. So they're trying to run away from this guy, but then what happens is they kind of all get separated, and then eventually they all get put into like Saw like situations where like one girl has to, I don't know, like cut another girl up or something like that. One girl just has to get into the bathtub, and he'll put up like a number, and he's like, if you don't get in the bathtub in 10 seconds, I'll blow this other girl's head off. So it's like this guy who's like kind of torturing them in weird ways. And then, you know what, Jared? The girls fight back. Wow. They fight back.
Good for them.
Yeah. So like up front, this movie is like, it is like horrible acting, and like it's not the best filmed or anything like that, but I did kind of appreciate that it took itself seriously. Like I thought that it actually kind of had it had presence. When I was watching it, I was like, this feels like a real movie, you know?
That's high praise.
Yeah, Captain Terror is what the guy's name was. And he's like, his design's kind of wild too. Like he has these tubes that are like going into his nose and his stomach and stuff, and he's just always kind of like lumbering, wheezing around and things like that. I don't know. It's not a great movie, Jarrett, but when it was over, I was like, you know, I didn't totally mind that. You know, Jared?
I hear.
So, I don't know if you would actually like this or not, but if you ever get like 100 and something plus year again, you might as well just throw on Spaceship Terror, because I know you love Tubi.
Well, you know what? Since I've talked about Tubi, I haven't watched any Tubi.
Jared. Well, that's okay.
That's fine. I've unleashed the Kraken in other ways.
Yeah, I've noticed. So why don't I talk to you about Dick Moss, and then I'll throw it back to you.
Sure. Tell me about Deliefd.
So this was a movie that was alleged on Tubi, and it wasn't, so that sucks. Deliefd is, so we talked about Amsterdam a couple weeks ago. This is another Dick Moss like horror yeah, it's not even a thriller, it's just a straight horror movie.
Yep.
So the opening of this movie is really like I was watching it, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, what is going on here? Like, you have this group of people enter an elevator, and like there was a restaurant on the top floor of this apartment building, and they're like coming down in the elevator, and they're all drunk, and then they just full on start having sex with each other in front of each other in the elevator. And I was like, what is going on? And there's mention of like muscles. They're like, you know, those muscles really get me going. And I was like, ugh. I don't know what kind of muscles they're eating, but
it's an aphrodisiac, RJ.
It's an aphrodisiac, apparently. But then some bad stuff happens. They almost die, and then so the apartment complex is like, man, maybe there was an air leak or like some kind of gas leak on the elevator. We better get a repairman.
It's always a gas leak. It explains everything. Leak.
What was that? It was swamp gas, pocket of air.
Yep.
Kind of popped out of there. So they call in the repair guy, who is the police detective from Amsterdam. He's back, Jared. He's better than ever.
Yep.
So he's coming in. He's checking out the elevator. Nothing's really wrong, so he leaves. But then, you know, some other bad stuff happens, and people start dying, Jarrett, because of the elevator.
Yep.
And you go, wait a minute. Is this an evil elevator movie? Which, I mean, isn't that far off, because it's called The Lift. So you can assume that. But The Lift is actually, I mean, I don't think a surprise, but The Lift is actually a pretty good show. Jared.
Okay, right? It's like I think
is.
this movie is actually like really fucking good, but
It
people
is.
shit on this movie. I don't know if you've noticed this. Like this movie's got a bad rep. People like dump on it hard. And I don't know, like, are they like? Because there's a remake of this from like 2002 that Dick Moss also did. It's got Naomi Watt. And like, are people watching that version of it? Because like, I think this like the '80s one is like wicked. Like it's like
Yep.
it looks like a real movie. I mean, it has this ridiculous premise, which I guess people might have a hard time getting past, but it handles itself so well. And it's like very convincing because I guess people be like, well, just don't get on the elevator. It's like, well, that's not the point. Why would you not go on it? Like you wouldn't know anything. It's like they shut it down, and they do. Like they do acknowledge all this stuff like
shut
that.
it down.
And like I love like you see it like his home life, like
Yep.
it's like you see it. It's like actually grounded. And he starts seeing this other woman. There's like it's like he has this whole backstory of like his life and like him having an affair and his wife and leaves him and stuff like that. And it's like all this like really good stuff, and you're like, this movie is so much better than what a killer elevator movie should be.
It is, and I actually think like the presentation of it is like really well done too.
Yeah.
So the buildup of some of those scenes, like how playful the elevator is, like I actually really like when it's kind of doors are opening when people get close, and then they kind of like alternate. It's like, is the elevator coming or not? Like the blind guy scene is really well done.
Yep.
And the cover post or the poster with the little girl, that scene is also really well done. I think when it's like trying to lure her into the elevator, I thought that was really good. I don't have a problem with the premise at all. I know you are a big fan of inanimate killing objects,
Okay.
so the Lift fits well in there,
on
right?
on Letterboxd, it's like average rating is 2.8.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It is right. Like
Yeah.
it's like I mean the average. I mean it. Most people give it 3 stars.
Yeah.
And then but like yeah, like the weighting of it though is like most people are like say it's less than that. And I'm like, people, do you know what you've got here? Like do you not know the difference between movies? I don't know. It's crazy.
I bet it's something like that, but
And there's fucking people who give 4 or 5 stars to everything, and they give it like 2.5, and they love like bullshit, like absolute garbage, and they're like, oh,
Yep.
this isn't cut. You're like, are you? This is wild.
I think it's really good. You get really good character development, like you said. Like you see this guy with his at-home life, and like his wife's concerns that he's like having a relationship with someone else. There's like actual good family tension built around them, and even with the kids too, because you can tell it's like he has like good scenes with his kids, and then there's other scenes with the kids where like you're like, this looks like a real family is what I'm trying to say. So the family stuff is really good. The elevator stuff I think is really well done. Like all the actual kills and things like that. I actually thought that stuff was wicked. And then because which one was it? There was a couple or like I think there's one where a head gets smashed or squished. That's good. But yeah, I think the Lift is really good. So I was not aware that people shit on this, and I find that problematic.
Yeah. Well,
to say the least.
RJ, I think next year you're going to have to take the plunge on Killer Condom.
I'll watch that next year. That's not Dick Moss though, is it?
It's not. It is not Dick Moss, but it has the same kind of approach to like the subject matter, where like it feels like a real movie. It's like how can this be so well made? It's not as good as The Lift, but I think it is surprisingly pretty good. And look at that. It also has a 2.8 on Letterboxd.
Well, I remember. Well, you surprised everyone when you were a big Killer Condom guy.
Mm-hmm.
That was filmed in Calgary, right?
Not quite.
Was it not?
No.
Am I just thinking of Nightbreed? I thought Killer Condom was also a Calgary film.
No, it is. That is a Eurovision right there.
Oh, okay. What about these Flodder films from Dick Moss?
I don't know. Like I've only know the 2 movies, and I've seen like a lot of people seem to not be big fans of the Lift remake. Or sorry, it's called Down. That's the
I'll watch it next year.
Flounder in
These are
America.
comedy movies.
We'll have to like let our look. Oh, Prey could be cool, but it looks like it's 2016, so it's going to be like CGI animal violence. Only one person that I follow has seen it. A lot of watch lists, and it's got a 2.6.
I don't know if George Halschmeiner has given Prey 1.5 stars. I don't think that's worth watching on my end.
Yeah.
But
Not
yeah,
good.
The Lift and Amsterdam are pretty great shows. Pretty good shows.
What about Saint? Do you think
I'll
that's
check
any
that out
good?
at Christmas.
Oh, a 2.6. Man, do people just hate Europe? No.
I guess.
A lot of people. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't watch this based on the people's ratings on this.
Yeah.
So there's that. RJ, I just noticed you've never seen Tomb of the Blind Dead.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh my god, that's my fault.
Well, it looks like you just watched this film.
Rewatched.
Amando de Osario.
There's 4 of these goddamn things.
Are they any good?
1 and 2 are very good. 4 is pretty good. 3 is atrocious. It is so fucking bad. So, Tomb of the Blind Dead is about a. Well, it starts off, I guess, well enough if like a woman meets up with her best friend, and the girl, she's there with her boyfriend, but they're kind of like just casual acquaintances. Her friend shows up, and suddenly this guy's just like, oh hey, like right on her, and she's like, well fuck you too. But he kind of like, or she kind of winds up almost inviting herself along on this train trip to like wherever they are in Spain or Italy.
Yeah.
And the main character, she kind of gets put out by how her friend's carrying on with this guy, and she just jumps off the train in the middle of nowhere because she's just mad. And they're like, what the hell, where are you going? And they're like, hey, slow down the train. It's like, oh, we don't slow down the train around these parts. And so this girl, she's just like, well, fuck you all. I'm gonna go to this like castle off in the distance, this like ancient medieval tower village looking thing, and I'm gonna hang out and spend the night. And so she does. She like looks around for a while, and then she has like a bedroll with her. She rolls out. She starts a fire, some petrified wood, and like she starts reading, and she's got a little radio. But what she doesn't realize, RJ, is that this is the resting place for the blind dead.
So, like, was it people who were blind when they were alive, or they're only blind now that they're dead?
They were blinded because what they are, these blind dead, they were kind of a fanatical group of knights from the Crusades that went into business for themselves. They wanted ultimate power and to like kind of live forever, and they made a deal with the devil. And then they just started like, and it's part of the ritual of like living forever was to kill virgins and eat them.
Yep. And
so we get a little bit of flashback action to that. And then when they're finally caught, their eyes are torn out by birds, and then they're hung. And then they were cast into whatever like unhallowed ground, and then and that's kind of like that should have been the end of the story. But the implication here is that perhaps every night they get up and they just wander around, but they're blind, so they can't go anywhere. Well, this girl in her like pouting has ruined this all, and there's an investigation into like her demise, or she's been chewed on. So this movie's like it's a 70s slow burn. But these blind dead dudes are like so wicked. They're like very junky, like kind of like almost Halloween costume skeletons in cloaks looking, but it's very effective. A lot of the scenes with them riding on horses are all done in slow motion, and it's very dreamlike, also effective. And this movie just like it keeps building, and the end of this movie is like amazing. It's like it still sticks out to me like how good the end of this is, because it's kind of like, oh, it's going to tidy up in a nice little package, but it doesn't. But
well, how does it tidy up?
Well, it just means that there's going to be more dead. There's just going to be more death, and I do need to revisit the sequel, which is also pretty good. I never need to see the third one ever again because it is set on a ship.
Jason Takes Manhattan kind of deal.
But it's like it's just on a boat, and it's like a very small boat, and you're kind of like, well, this doesn't make any sense. How can you make an entire movie where it's all on one goddamn boat?
You ever seen Phone Booth?
That makes sense.
That one makes sense?
That makes total sense.
What about Jaws?
That also makes sense.
What about Life Aquatic?
Well, they leave the boat.
What?
Yeah. So
what movie did I watch?
I definitely need to look up, see if Tomb of the Blind Dead's available anywhere, because I think maybe you should try to watch that. That's pretty good.
Let me see.
Okay,
Let me see.
So I watched Killer Sofa. I talked about that last week in our regular episode, because I think that is if you're like killer inanimate objects, Killer Sofa, that's there for you.
Okay.
I rewatched Deathbed, The Bed That Eats in light of this. I still don't really care for that movie very much.
I think it's got like a few sequences that are really cool, like the dissolving of things. I think is a really neat idea, but as a whole, it's like if this was maybe a 30-minute movie, it would maybe be more effective.
Yeah, I mean, I see some people like they really vibe with it. They do, and they're into it. But man, I don't know. Yeah. There's something that just doesn't click.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I watched another one of these movies you should watch that you've never heard of called Static.
Are you actually saying that? Because based on your star review here, Jared, I feel like you're not really recommending this film to me.
I'm not, but I saw it. I saw it on a list that claimed that it's something I should watch. Yes. So Static is also an independent movie, and I would say that it's actually fairly well made. Okay. But it is. It's at the end of it, you just go, well, who cares? And that's it, because it kind of does a twist ending that you're kind of like, oh, so it's like that movie, and who cares? That's what it feels like. Well, it feels really cheap, because it feels like, oh, like they just felt like that. They're like, see, this is what I was moving toward the whole time. You're just stupid. But you're like, there's no real like indication that this is where it was going. It's just a matter of context, and it just feels cheap. I don't know. I could just ruin this movie because I don't think anyone should watch it. So the movie is about this couple. They live in a house, and it's about mourning, RJ. It's about that they have a son who died. And
is this about grief and loss, Jarrett?
Yes, it is actually,
baby.
RJ. So it does check some boxes for you.
Yeah.
The dad's a writer, mom's an alcoholic now. And he's just finished writing his new book. And there's lots of him watching footage of their dead child, and it's like, oh, he died. He went wandering off, and they can't believe it. And then, though, just out of nowhere, there's basically a young, beautiful girl appears at their doorstep, saying that that there's some men that like appeared around her car after a tire blew near their place, and she needs to get inside. And it's like, okay. And then it starts shifting into home invasion mode, and everyone's got gas masks.
Okay, just as a disguise or what?
Apparently. And it's supposed to be like, oh man, because this is 2012. This is like some peak. Well, I guess like it's not even gas masks. It's some sort of mask though with eye goggles and like a ventilator on the front.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, why? And so all these people are like lurking around outside, and you're like, okay.
Can I guess what the movie is?
Yes.
Was it a gas leak? Was she
hallucinating? No.
Okay.
RJ, are you familiar with the film The Sixth Sense?
Yes.
That's
what we're going for here?
Yeah. They're not home invaders, and the girl's not like part of them in the sense that they're bad guys. It's like, no, they're Ghostbusters.
Oh my god.
Yeah. hired by a realtor to despookify the house. That because what happened was the couple, it's like, well, they're dead because like in the grief of the child dying, she like shot and killed her husband and herself.
Yeah,
and the ghost just couldn't let go. The end.
And
so the gas masks are actually like whatever EGM, and they can read the electrostrodes. And the one girl, she's like a psychic or some shit. So yeah, that's static. And like I said, it's like you're trucking along fine, and then you're like, this is like whatever, and then you get to the end, and it's like, oh come on, get fucked. So
get fucked,
bud.
I feel like this movie would be better if it was Japanese.
Probably.
I was like, I bet some Japanese filmmakers could do that idea justice.
I just felt so like, oh man, I didn't need that. But I did follow it up with something like way worse. It's a movie called Rootwood, which is my fault for making a list that involve podcasters.
Yeah, why'd you do that? Did you want to feel bad? Or
I did. I did want to. I made a list about horror movies that have podcasters in them. And holy shit, this movie opens up like with the podcasting happening, where they announce that like we're going to do a documentary.
Okay.
So they get hired to do a documentary by some bad actors. And they're going to go out there, like these three people who have no like film experience at all, except that they're podcasters. And this is just dog shit.
Yeah,
total fucking dog shit. The ending, it all turns out, RJ, to just be an elaborate snuff film by the bad actors. And there's people are like getting killed by a dude who's dressed in a demon costume in the woods. But then, RJ, what's crazy is the very, very end, a real demon shows up and kills them. Whoa.
What? Whoa. That sounds like an Ari Aster fake out.
No, let's not go overboard here. Let's not go.
Leave stuff like that.
Not like this. Not like this. This is like absolutely like you can't watch this. This is dog shit.
Well, people say the same about our podcast.
That's fine. Hey, okay. Speaking of podcasting and the internet and interconnections, I just saw you watch this last night, and this is where it is on my list, and that's a movie called Host.
It is a movie called Host, and I didn't even read your review until right now. COVID bump while being pursued by invisible killing. Oh my, yes, yeah, that's a little bit off. So yeah, I watched this bad boy last night. I don't know what your opinion is though. It sounds like you're, based on your review, maybe in the middle. Middle to down.
I'm on the downside of this.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so what is Host about? This is a new movie.
It's about Zoom, Jared.
It's about Zoom, which when I opened this up, I didn't realize how zoomed it would be. It is so Zoom.
It's Zoom.
It is Zoom, the movie, which is hilarious because I use Zoom all the time in my job, time.
So you should like this movie then, because it's relatable.
Apparently, I should, but I don't. RJ. So why don't I like about this? So, this is a movie about 6 friends who are like all around the world. Some are English, or are they all English? No. Some are in England, some are elsewhere.
I don't know.
Maybe
one of them had one of them was just speaking like with an American accent, but a couple of the other ones were English.
I guess maybe it's all kind of happening in the UK, and maybe because there's Americans overseas, right? It doesn't matter too much. So they've hired a medium to do a seance over Zoom. And because they're basically doing it because they're bored. It's pandemic. It is COVID. It is very now. And they're having a couple laughs, they feel. We're introduced to these characters. They're pretty like indistinguishable. There's the 5 girls, and then there's this dude who's got a man bun that gets commented upon.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like the fun. Everyone's like, oh, he's so funny. He's so funny.
How do you have you ever been that guy in a group, Jared? Like the man bun vape guy who
No,
just likes to have fun with
see,
his girls?
I forgot about the vaping. He's plumes, the plumes of vape juice.
Yeah. He's filling a quota.
He is. Well, I mean, they kind of like you really figure out it's like, oh, this guy, because his girlfriend's like, she just shows up and crashes things. You're like, ugh, it's that couple. These people suck. And they just like show up briefly and then they're gone for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes back to like 5 girls and the medium. And they kind of go through the whole setup. There's a lot of talk about how there's no language on the astral plane, which like I felt when I was watching this, I was like, oh, this is the sort of thing that RJ hates.
Just the astral plane, or just the
talking
comment.
About, there's no language. There's no language on the astral plane.
Yeah, it's a little fartsy.
Yeah, and then one thing leads to another. Someone fucks around.
Ooh.
So someone says someone kind of works the boys in the back, gets them all worked up, and then she's like, psych, it's not real. But of course this is like after the medium's like internet connection completely cuts out. Oh, we also have a previous thing that's like pretty okay, is like when the medium leaves to go like get a package and takes a very long time to come back. And of course you're watching a movie and you're like, well, something's got to have happened, and then you're just waiting, and then she's like, oh, sorry. And you're like, oh, it just took her a long time to come back.
Yep. I kind of like how they use the medium because she's never experiencing any of the things. It's just she's just there and she's like, what's going on?
She's
like,
there.
oh,
She's there to D'Onofrio to give the Bagul background.
His name is Bagul.
Never will stop being amusing. Ever.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, so basically these girls have really stepped in it, RJ.
Well,
they've created a mask, and now something's come through, and it's going to pick them off one by one invisibly, and we're all going to experience it via our webcam.
See, this movie reminded me a lot of how my greatest fear is that I will see you come in through that door behind me.
But no, we're fine because we're on Skype. Nothing bad happens. Nothing bad happens on Skype.
Hey, Bagul lives on Skype though.
Did he?
And apparently he's the scariest thing in existence, according to that study.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing scarier than Bagul.
So I kind of for the setup of like how it kind of gets opened, I actually kind of liked that because I think that character, that girl, is a real piece of shit because she's always joking around, and I've met a lot of people like that in real life, and it's the kind of people you kind of want to look at and just be like, hey, grow up,
If only you could be sitting on this side of the screen, RJ.
I'm not. Hey, at least I don't make up stories about dudes that hung themselves.
At least that. Hey,
I'm not doing that.
You know what? We didn't even mention that we were on a podcast this week that wasn't our own.
Oh, fuck. Does anybody care?
Does anyone care?
Is anyone even listening to this? Yeah.
Hey, by the way, folks, if you want to hear us talk again about Solo or 120 Days of Sodom, you should check out the From Justin to Kane podcast, episode 22, that just launched on Monday.
Yep.
It's an hour. It's only an hour and a half.
Which is still like 40 minutes over what they normally do because we were on there. And
we talked to Mike and Bob from Twin Peaks, the regular hosts, where the podcast gimmick in general. This month is Spook Month for them because we all get into that Halloween spirit. But usually the concept of their podcast is that they compare a very terrible movie to a great movie, hence the title From Justin to Kelly reference to Citizen Kane, and they do that weekly on their show. But this month they took the month off to do horror movies, and they decided, I guess they must have wanted us on, and they're like, well, might as well do Solo. which is a horror question mark movie and one of RJ's favorites, which we discuss.
Of course.
And so internet. And then we got to find out all the joys of Zoom as we recorded on that platform.
We did.
Sometimes you can hear people and sometimes you can't. It's kind of like it's all crap. It's all bad.
Yep. Yeah, it's I mean, life is all crap, Jared. Life is suffering. I think, isn't that the Buddhist creed, that life is suffering?
Something like that.
Something like that. That's what I'm going towards. And I think you buried the lead there. It's not like we are looking for extra work to do, but an invitation from the co-creator of Capes. How could we refuse? Am I right, Jared?
Yep, that was I had to.
We just had to, because I mean, without him, would Capes exist? Would you exist?
No.
Exactly. So yeah, we talked on Zoom. That was cool. People can check that out.
Much like Host, but unlike Host, we didn't die.
Yeah. So, well, you kind of got up to the point where he starts paying him off and stuff like that. So I think I had a bit more on towards the like of this thing. I actually did kind of like this movie. Number one, Jared, did you notice that this movie is 59 minutes long?
I was going to say that was one of the reasons I just happened to watch this after two pieces of crap in a row on various platforms. And then I was like, oh, this Host. I'm seeing people liking this Host. And I'm like, 1 hour long. Well, and I also say, too, I'm a fan of this type of movie, I guess, because I really like that Unfriend 2 Dark Web, which I think is a way better version of this in some ways. But you know what? I'd say that the difference there, though, was when I was watching Host, I was watching it on a big screen that was like, which I don't think is the way to watch this. I think I think it needs to be watched on a laptop, and I think it would be I think it might be more effective watching it this way on a big screen. It takes away the zoom quality.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we were saying with My House Walkthrough. You should watch it on your phone in bed before you go to bed. Maybe that's like what Host should be: is watch it on your laptop in bed.
It should have instructions.
It should have. It should lead with that.
Yeah.
And I think I realized the hour is it's because Zoom gives you that free hour, right? And then you have to like pay to keep going or something like that. Because there is a bumper that comes up like I think 10 minutes before the movie ends, where it's just like this session will end in 10 minutes or something like that. So it's got even more Zoom lore built into it.
For me, I guess like the highlight for Host for me was it had one pretty good kill in a sense that it's like pretty savage.
The loop?
Yeah,
the loop one is really good. I think that's really
I think that's like, I think everything else is just like I don't know, it's like Paranormal Activity, people being thrown around stuff.
Yeah. So it's what I said earlier. I actually kind of like Host. I don't think it's like super great or anything like that, but I do like a few of the things they do. I don't think the Zoom thing is too played out yet. I don't know, in like 3-4 years you might roll your eyes at the whole idea of it, but I thought so. The loop kill I think is actually really good, and then I really liked the selfie stick. I thought that was a really smart idea. Just like even the whole like the use of it, where the girl's like, no, I won't go in the attic, I'll put my stick up there. I was like, I actually was like, I like that. I haven't seen that before. And I actually think the kind of the payoff to it is pretty well done too, with like the little dangling feet. I liked that.
Yeah.
So I like that part. And then I did like the Polaroids when it also shows the dangly boy off in the distance. I like that too. And then it kind of goes through the paces of what you would normally expect, right? So, oh well. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't mind Host. I thought it was aight. Pretty good show.
I mean, I noticed though, I don't think you gave this the body burns tag.
Well, so I think sometimes I don't hit the full body burns tag unless I can tell if it's like a full body burn, because sometimes CGI tricks you, right?
Right.
And like that's a CGI one, right?
Well, I mean,
it's on his face.
Well, I don't know who that guy is. Maybe he's not around anymore.
Maybe.
Oh, this is an interesting thing, because your next movie is also going to be almost my next movie. But I will talk about The Evil of Frankenstein.
Okay.
There's nothing to be said. I don't remember jack shit about this movie.
It exists.
It exists. Yeah. I'm trying to just get to Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed. Because that's the one I own. And so I have to get through the Evil Frankenstein, which I had on the Hammer Horror 8-pack that's got Curse of the Werewolf. And then I've also now have to watch Frankenstein Creates Woman.
I've seen that one, and I actually think that one's not bad.
Yeah, so that one's next for me. I don't know if it's going to happen this year, and then I get to watch Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed, and then after that, I make whatever. Because I've almost done the Hammer Draculas too. I've only got Satanic Rites, and then I guess I should watch the Golden Vampires at some point.
Yeah, I think I'm at the same place for the Draculas for you. I think I have a couple of the Frankensteins down, like the first 3 maybe. I can't remember though. I'd have to look. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it exists.
Okay. Well, okay. Before we get to the Ninth Gate,
yeah,
I also rewatched Shivers.
Oh, and how was that on rewatch?
Better than the last time I watched it by quite a bit. So this was the what's that? Vestron Collector's Edition. So this Blu-ray is like super cheap right now. It's like a collector's edition thing, all done up, new commentary track, $19 on Amazon.ca. I think it's like
get one.
Yeah, I did.
Does it look good?
It looks. I mean, the movie itself like was shot very cheaply. Like it's not the best looking movie. It's Cronenberg's first real feature film, and so it doesn't look incredible, but it's the best it's ever looked. And everything about watching it now, it's like stuff in that movie. It's just like, ugh, it's so scummy. That movie is so scummy. And it's like kind of surprising with Cronenberg, like because he always has this like, I mean, he makes movies like Scanners and Videodrome, and there's like scuzz to them, but Shivers is just kind of like, God, the whole thing with that doctor and the underage girl, talking about filling up her titties in the faculty lunch break room. Ugh. Like that, like that stuff lands a little differently now for whatever reason. Like it's always been there, and I was always kind of like, but like in HD in Blu-ray, it's kind of like, oh, and this guy he's worked with them. Oh, you got these crazy ideas, and
I know another guy who had some crazy ideas, Jared.
And it says some dark and it says some really crazy things sometimes.
Sometimes. Well, that's cool. I remember Shivers being like okay for me, but it's good to know that it ages okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely say this was it felt like it was the best viewing I've had of the movie for a long time. Because like it's always been like kind of like in the like it's okay. It's a start for Cronenberg's career, but watching it this time, I was kind of like, I really like this movie.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think for exploitation cinema, as the caveat, it's really good. One of the better ones.
Well, color me surprised, Jarrett.
So you watched The Ninth Gate for the very first time, which prompted me to rewatch this movie that I had not seen in probably like 18 years.
So I'm looking at your star rating of The Ninth Gate, and I'd maybe like you to lead this one. And
No, you go ahead. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
So I've never seen The Ninth Gate before, Jerry, but it filled a certain niche that I've been kind of aiming towards this year. These religious horror films, these satanic, right?
You're looking for 90s sweat.
90s sweat
and kind of this like Judeo-Christian flavor.
Yeah.
So why don't you watch End of Days?
I had it on my potential list. I just I don't know if I'll have enough time. That can go to next year.
Okay.
And I do use the tag Catholic horror pretty generously because a lot of the time it's not even Catholic, but it's like I've already used it now, so it's just there. So yeah, I never watched this before, but Andrew and she was like, "Do you got any 90s movies?" Well, she didn't say that, but she's like, "Do you got any movies?" And like, I know she kind of likes the 90s ones a little bit more. So I was like, well, there's this one. It's like, let me throw it on. And then at first, I'm watching, and we have this like, I don't know, 8 or 9 minute title credit sequence.
Oh,
of just,
eight or
going
nine
through
minutes.
It's like 8 to 9 minutes long. I think
No.
intentionally.
No.
It is incredibly long. And then what we have is we have a young Johnny Depp, and he is a book conservator. He's an antique book collector.
He's like a seller,
a trader. Yeah. He estimates like antique books. He'll buy them, trade them. You get a scene of him pulling a fast one on some people and their books.
Mm-hmm.
You see him interacting with his book friends, and then he gets a call from Frank Langella, who is they dyed his hair for some reason for this movie, and I find it odd to look at. But anyways, Frank Langella is like a Satanist enthusiast or something. He's given lectures at like colleges about like these books that exist, these like satanic Lucifer books and like all these like occult books in the world at history. And so Johnny Depp goes over and Frank Langella's like, have you ever heard of this book? And Johnny Depp's like, yeah, I've heard of this book. There's only 4 in existence. He's like, this is one of them. He's like, but I think the other,
there's
only
3.
3 of them. Sorry. He says, I think the other 2 are fake, and I want you to go investigate for me. Right, Sharp?
Mm-hmm. Because what he wants is he has one of the copies, and from his research, he says that there's actually only one real copy.
Yeah, so the reason he thinks that is because he tried the spells in the book, and it didn't work.
That's the implication.
That's the implication. Yeah. So he's like, one of them has to be real. So he sends Johnny Depp on a fetch quest, to collect the other 2
all
books
around the globe.
Around the globe to examine them. And I think in the first part, this movie kind of takes place in New York, but because it's Roman Polanski, it's New York via green screen or like background stuff, because old Roman, he can't go to the US anymore, Jared.
No, he can't.
He's not allowed to. I think because of coronavirus or something like that, he doesn't want to travel.
Well, I think so. Yeah, even back in '99.
Yeah, I didn't look into it too much, so I'm just going to assume that's what it was. So Johnny Depp goes on a road trip. He's reading these books. He's running into some peculiar characters, other different collectors, and things like that. The biggest thing that kind of really threw me off, Jarrett, was the handling of the books in this movie, because these are all people who are like, this book is 18,000 years old.
I don't know if you can hear that, RJ.
Are you ripping a vape over there?
I'm doing pre-vaping. I'm smoking a cigarette, and blowing my nicotine all over these 400-year-old books, because who gives a shit?
Not only does he blow the smoke on it, one of them actually ashes
on
one of these 100-year-old books.
On this vellum.
But like even outside of smoking, I thought even more egregious was Johnny Depp was like, this book's 2,000 years old. No. And then he cracks it open and then like bends the cover back and is just kind of like reading it casually and like comparing it to other books. And I was like, whoa. I was like, aren't these guys like ancient book collectors? And they're like not even using gloves, Jarrett. They're just tossing these books around.
I'm so proud that you're like so concerned about conservation here.
I've seen a movie before. I saw Indiana Jones. I know that these things need to be handled delicately.
But they don't. When does Indiana Jones pull out gloves?
Well, he would. No, I just I thought it was pretty wild how loosey-goosey he is with these books. And then you're watching it and you're like, yeah, you're following. You're like, yeah, I kind of get it. And then someone tries to mug Johnny Depp, and then this girl that you've seen for a while just kind of floats down into frame, and you go, whoa.
Lena Olin from Future Creep, Fanny and Alexander, and previous Creep, Unbearable Likeness of Being.
Yeah, the one and the same, apparently.
Yep.
She floats down, and you go, whoa. What's going on with this floating business? Where did this come from?
In her kind of normcore outfit. She just looks like she's always out for a jog in her runners. Yeah,
and and then the world of Satanism and Lucifer kind of comes through. But I will say this, Jared. I think The Ninth Gate is an enjoyable movie. It's got some fun stuff in it. I just thought there was a ton of stuff that got brought up, and I was just like, this is so fucking goofy. Like, not in a bad way. I was just like, this is a goofy ass movie. This is like even the ending with Frank Langella. I was like, oh my god.
Well, but when he goes like, I think the bit when I saw, because I saw your mention of goofy shit on your review, and I was like, oh boy, and I was like, he probably watches with Andy, and they were probably laughing it up, and it's like not letting the mood work into them.
We gave it an honest go. We weren't riff tracksing it as it was going.
I don't know.
But it was like the scene when there were a few scenes where we looked at each other and were like, whoa, what's going on here?
That's the end right there.
But no, I will say we both enjoyed it. We just thought it was goofy.
What about when Frank Langella goes, boo! And he scares the Satanists all away. And there's like, as they're running away, one of them, like this woman just like completely takes her like gown off, and she's just like completely naked. And
I do like that scene.
Yeah. Boo! And then yeah. And that's some full body burn, dude. That's not
CGI? I think I take it as
part
CGI
of it,
fire.
But there is CGI fire in the movie, but there is that is a full on like body burn, and I was like, RJ,
I'll
come
update
on.
this.
See, I don't know how closely you paid attention talking about 9-minute opening credits. Now, I will be critical of the fact that the CGI of the walkthrough through the doors is real poor. That those effects have not aged well, though there is a really nice effect though of the titles. They have this like kind of reverb to them as they come out of the shadows into the white. It actually works really well. Unfortunately, that CGI of like the walking as you're like, I don't know, floating through the passageways, those look real poor. Very European for like the late 90s. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, like this movie, like I think I love the occult detective as a subgenre of horror. There's not very many of them out there. I'd say that like Ninth Gate compared to Angel Heart, I would take Ninth Gate any day of the week. I think I think the story's way better. And I mean this feels like a Call of Cthulhu adventure as like a module. Like it's like it captures that really well. And yeah, I don't know, like there's just these, I love the idea of just like people like hunting down through books, and that's all it is. It's like literally just like, hey, let's compare books. Hey, let's compare these pages to one another and look for like codes. And it's not like the Da Vinci Code side of things.
I mean, in some ways it is. It's like in this picture there's a window, and in this picture there's no window. So it's kind of like, I mean, it's not that silly. It does make sense. But
so watching this movie, like when did you ever click into like what was going on with the floaty lady? Yeah,
it did come eventually, and then I think at the ending, Andy was kind of like, she's like, "Is that it?" And I was like, "Well, I think," because she's like, I was kind of hoping it would actually take us there, and I was like, "Well, I think he's going with the what you don't see implication is scarier," because the way it ends. Do you think that he's being led there by this lady?
He literally is been led there, right?
Yeah.
That's why he's there, because she's kind of like, she wasn't really interested in Frank Langella.
She's like, Johnny Depp, look at his goatee. We got to get this guy in here.
You see her creaming her jeans as he caves in that guy's head.
Excuse me?
I will also say that watching Shivers and The Ninth Gate back to back, both movies feature the protagonist smashing the head in of a black man. Which is like, I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, man, you should not watch some of these other movies I watched then.
Oh dear.
Actually, I have, that's completely baseless. I have no idea. I don't watch movies, so.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's I'm glad that you like The Ninth Gate. It's like I said, we got enjoyment out of it. I just think it's a goofy show.
It's a goofy show.
Goofy show. That could be a take for you.
You know what's a pretty decent movie though, RJ?
What?
And I wasn't expecting it to be. Happy Death Day.
I heard it was not bad. Are you going to watch the sequel?
I guess eventually.
Because that's on Crave.
Maybe not this year. Maybe next year. But Happy Death Day. RJ, do you like the 90s?
Oh, yes.
Well.
Were they sweaty?
There's not too much sweat.
Okay.
Because I don't know what that means. we're
Yeah.
still trying to figure that out. But
I'm not going to say.
But I think that this is for like a mainstream Blumhouse film
Ooh.
that is sans any sort of social media platform. Is pretty good, pretty clever. It is. I mean, it's Groundhog Day crossed with a slasher film, and
Yeah.
it shouldn't work. I think it does. I would say that maybe the ending doesn't land as well as I would like it to,
Yeah.
but I'd say it was very entertaining.
I'd say the biggest surprise, Jarrett, is that we got a horror comedy, and you're kind of okay with it, or you like it, I guess.
It's the right kind.
Okay.
Where
Well,
I don't know. It's
I
character-driven.
did hear it was good.
Yeah,
So
I was very pleasantly surprised about this movie. Yeah, I mean, what else can you say about it? It's about this lady, this girl, college age girl. She wakes up in the bed of a guy that she doesn't know, and she's like, whatever. And you get introduced to her. It's like kind of the whole thing where she's a bad person at the beginning of the movie, and then over time, as she has to restart her day because she is being murdered by a slasher person. And there's a mystery there of who that is, and it's her trying to uncover that. That's the whole gimmick, and maybe lessons will be learned.
is the true treasure friendship?
It's just being a better person. It's very pat. It's it's not going to I don't know. It's not even about that, but maybe it is. I don't know.
Interesting.
But it's a pretty good show, RJ. I think this. I think you and Andy should watch.
I will recommend it. She's pretty much tapped out for the year, but maybe I'll save it for next year.
I would think this is more her speed than The Ninth Gate, which is a movie that I would never be like, oh, you gotta check out The Ninth Gate.
Well, yeah, but you see my thought process here, right? Is like I have found
I remember
she appeals to the 90s
in the
stuff.
past, you would message me and say, Jarrett, what should we watch? You would ask me these things.
I used to.
You used to.
Yeah.
Well, here you go.
Well, sometimes the bird leaves the nest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then you're talking. Now you just start making things up.
Like what?
Like 8 to 9 minute long credits.
Okay, well, I put this out there. I'm assuming someone like Jackson will probably do it because he watches a lot of movies. But if anyone would do it, can someone just please watch the credits of The Ninth Gate and get a runtime for us? I'm not going to do it.
No.
You won't do it. But I would like someone to do it just so we can have a read on this. My guess is 9 minutes.
9 minutes because it's The Ninth Gate.
No, that's just how long it felt like.
Okay.
Not even ironically. So Happy Death Day. Cool. I will save it for next year.
Okay. I'm curious just here pulling this up on YouTube.
Yes.
So it might be about 3 minutes because that's how long the musical track is. 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
They doubled it. They looped it, I bet.
You mean
3 times.
tripled it even?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, math is hard.
You know what I was actually surprised by how enjoyable it was in its badness. But it was
Clint
actually
Howard movies?
Yeah.
Which one?
Ice Cream Man.
I thought you watched this like a year or two ago.
Or
has it just been brought up?
It's been brought up. I've been meaning to watch this for several years.
Okay.
And
That's
here
fine.
I am. I finally did it.
And?
I mean, it's not good, but
Right.
it's not too bad. I think you would even get some enjoyment out of this very stupid
Out of
movie.
Ice Cream Man?
Out of Ice Cream Man. It is real gross. Unfortunately, they do kill a dog, but it's like not on camera, and sometimes we just got to go.
If it's on camera or not, I'll find it and I'll have issue with it.
Okay, well, it's definitely not a real animal.
Even an imaginary one. I'm like host. You're bringing it into the world just by thinking about it.
The mask of the animal death.
Yeah.
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 So
So it's a good show?
no, it's not good, but it's entertaining.
Okay. Well, yeah.
It is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
There's a fat kid in it. I know how you feel
How
about. They put a pillowcase under his shirt. Fat. and they make him run places, and then as soon as he arrives at his destination, he falls with his popsicle into like the sand at the park. He's like, I ruined my popsicle. It's got sand all over it, and he proceeds to eat it anyway because he's fat.
Well, fat people like food.
Yep,
is what I've heard. And there's no shame in the world anymore. So do whatever. If you're gonna eat sand, eat sand.
Yeah,
Am I right?
You do you.
Do whatever you feel like.
How far into the Paranormal Activity movies did you ever get?
I'm gonna blow your mind, Jarrett. Just one.
Just the first one, right?
Just the first one.
I mean, I'd only ever seen the first two for years.
Yeah.
And now I've watched 3 and 4, and I regret that.
Oh, well, isn't like 5 or 6 supposed to be okay?
I've heard that
unreliable sources. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think everyone likes the first one. People are less hot on it for the second one. Mm-hmm. The third and the fourth one, it's just like, I don't know. They don't do anything. The fourth one, the fourth one, I'm just like fucking mad at these movies. They're worthless. They don't do anything interesting anymore.
Same with us.
Yep. And so I still have the marked ones, which is the Latino version.
The Latino version?
Yeah.
How Latino?
I don't know. That's what I've heard. But I've heard I have heard it's better.
Okay.
Than the other ones. And then Ghost Dimension exists. And then but apparently there's 7 that's going to get made at some point.
Going to?
Yep. I think
that was when movies still existed, though.
Right. Yeah, I think it would have been out like now if it had gotten made, probably. But pandemic.
Get that pandemic.
No. So that was good. Mm-hmm. And then I rounded up that particular day. Oh man.
Okay, so what? I know it's coming up. I watched half an hour of this last night.
Of what?
Antrim.
Oh,
is that what we're gonna
yeah
say? That was I watched half an hour of it last night, so we can talk about it next week if you want, unless you're really dying. I saw your review already.
Yeah,
so if you're dying to lay on,
go for
it.
I can skip it. I can skip Antrim.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm about half an hour into it because that's what I watched instead of fucking Star Trek, because I was so bummed out. I was like, I don't know what to watch.
Oh man. So no, I can definitely skip that for now. And I'll even skip Fury of the Demon because it's kind of like the same idea.
Okay.
Kind of.
That's fine.
And I can skip that short film. Look, remember the good old days of The Killing of a Chinese Bookie? Feels like a lifetime ago.
Was that like 8 years ago?
Well, okay, I'm going to hand it back to you, RJ.
Okay. I'll give you a couple, Jarrett. You know what movie fucking just blew my dick right off in the last like 10 minutes, Jarrett?
One Dark Night?
One Dark Night, from the man who brought us Sometimes They Come Back. Yeah, that's right. Not Friday the 13th Part 6, which everyone talks about, but Tom McLaughlin. You remember that guy, Jarrett? You seen him? You hearing about him?
I know the name, and I go, didn't he direct like Sometimes They Come Back?
Oh yeah. I was gonna watch Sometimes They Come Back 2, or Again, whatever it was called this year, but I watched a different Stephen King movie. Anyways, have you ever seen One Dark Night?
I have not.
This has been it's been on two previous Creeptober lists, and I just never got to it. But it's on Shudder now, so I was like that's easier than how I was going to watch it. So I threw it on. It's an hour and a half. It's pretty standard fare. You have a group of mean girls. They have like a club. You have another girl who's trying to get into the club, and they give her like an initiation. And her initiation is to go spend a night in like a mausoleum, which is a theme, I guess, of my movies tonight is mausoleums. But so she's staying in there. And then we have a B plot with this lady who buries her dad. And he's kind of like an estranged dad, but she buries him in the mausoleum that day. And then she goes home, and a guy like kind of confronts her with these like tapes. And she's just like, do you know what your dad was into? And she's like, no, what? And he's like, your dad was into like real freaky ass shit, baby. And she's like, oh no. So she starts getting into this stuff. In the description, and it's described as horrifying telekinetic powers.
Oh shit.
But it's it's this like old dude who's like reanimating bodies, and like so the B plot, this lady's listening to the tapes and he's talking about like getting animals to come back to life and like getting them to fight each other, and you're like, oh, this is a bad dude. So the girl that gets left in the mausoleum, you find out later that the mean girl is the leader of them. She's got a grudge against her, and so she drugs her before they drop her off. So the girl's like on drugs, kind of tripping out. So it's like, is it real? Is it not? And then the girls go to like play a joke on her. But then, Jared, then the old man who is buried comes back. And in that last 10 minutes, I actually thought that this movie was super good. I really like how, like, I won't give too much of it away, but like a lot of the bodies in the mausoleum come out, and the way that they move around and like how they're kind of like framed and stuff, I thought was so cool. I really dug it. Very, very good. The rest of the movie is whatever. It's not nothing to write home about, but that last like 15 minutes I think is very good.
And you know what, Shudder, eh?
It is on Shudder, and like, so the only thing I really want to emphasize is like the movie itself is fine. It's just I think the ending is pretty wicked. But anyways, I've probably oversold it for people already just based on that. But it's good, and Adam West is in it too.
Ooh,
yeah. Adam West. Outside of that, I rewatched Scream 2.
Yeah.
So last year I watched Scream.
Yep.
I rewatched Scream. This year I rewatched Scream 2. So I'll just keep going. I think Scream 2 has some good ideas in it. I do think the movie theater like opening is actually pretty good.
So I saw this opening night.
And did you get all spooked up or what?
I don't know. This was like one of those things where like I hate going to horror movies in like a crowded movie theater, because like this was back when people actually did really go to movies. It's not like this is like it's so hard to explain, because movies are making more money than they've ever made before, but way less people are going to them than ever before. Because I don't know. I mean, I haven't gone to like an opening night. I've gone opening weekends, and it's like not that busy. Like you and I know, you go at like Saturday at like 1 o'clock, and there's like it's like the theater's like maybe half full, but like opening nights can be like hit and miss. But like, man, when Scream 2 came out, that theater was packed, and the idea of like sitting in a packed theater, and I was like, what, grade 9, I think, when this came out.
Okay.
Like the idea, like if you got like scared, you'd be like, oh, you're a pussy.
Oh, what? Sorry.
A pussy.
Okay.
Yeah, it was that kind of attitude going with grade 9 boys.
Yes, it usually is.
You're a wuss, you scared. And yeah, like sometimes you're like, so you're like also trying to like sustain, like contain your, and monitor your reaction to it. And you can't just like enjoy like, oh, I'm scared.
You're just monitoring your vitals at all times, trying to keep them under control.
Be like, oh, I don't want to be too scared. I don't want to look like a pussy.
I'm pretty sure the podcast commission's coming soon for you, buddy.
So it's the vernacular.
Okay. Anyways, I don't really have anything cool to say about Scream 2. It digs like, I think all the good stuff in Scream 1. Like, I actually do think Scream 1 is really good. And like how self-aware about movies it is. And then this, like, it digs that hole a little deeper. And then 3 goes even deeper into it. And it's like, I get it, but at some point it's like, is it too much? Probably, right? I don't know.
I don't even remember who's in this goddamn movie. Oh, Liev Schreiber. That's right.
Liev Schreiber and Timothy Oliphant. Ooh. And Aunt Jackie from Roseanne. I can't remember her name.
Oh.
Laurie Metcalf.
Yeah.
She's in this too. And it's kind of like, Scream 2 is kind of like Friday the 13th Part 1 mixed in a little bit with like some of these other ones too, if you know what I mean. So it's like these movies are very self-referential to their own genre, and it's like I get it.
Yeah,
it's not bad, but anyways, Scream 2 is fine. Hey, do you want to hear about a horror comedy?
Sure.
And then I'll throw back to you. So what we got here, Jared, is a pretty good show. It's called Extraordinary. This is where it all started.
I thought you didn't like Will Forte.
I like Will Forte. Who said I didn't like Will Forte?
I feel like you like bitched about Will Forte to me.
No, I like Will Forte.
Okay.
There's a lot of actors I don't like.
Yeah.
But Will Forte is one that I do like.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a lot on my shit list. I'm sure someone can write that up one day. So this is like Irish comedy.
Oh.
I think. So I watched this with Andy, and she has there's a Netflix show called Dairy Girls, which is like Irish comedy, and she really likes that. So I was like, she was kind of starting to get burnt out on Creeptober picks, but she still wanted to watch a movie. So I saw that this was horror comedy, and I was like, we might as well give it a try, Jared. And you know what? It was a pretty good show. I gotta admit, like, it's not. There's some stuff that doesn't land completely. Like some of the jokes, you're like, that's not funny. But it's about a lady who is like a medium kind of, but she doesn't like using it because she had a bad experience one time. And she kind of runs into this guy whose daughter becomes possessed. So he wants her to help him. And then on the side, Will Forte he's like a one-hit wonder guy who had like a real goofy song, like a Freddie Fender kind of guy. And he has like a goofy song, but he's out of fame now. So he takes to Satanism, occult, to sacrifice to get his career back on track. And he's a wizard.
Yeah, that's a story old as time.
Story old as time. It's got some good jokes in it. It's got some funny. It does have some good like horror riffs on it too. Like, I don't think this is gonna make anyone's best of their life movie.
No.
Or anything like that.
No.
But I think it's better than you'd think it is. Like, in terms of what these movies are, it's a little bit better than that. You know what I mean? It's a pretty good show.
Sure. I mean, something about it has like that vibe of Housebound. And
I haven't seen that, but I can imagine.
And then what's that other, like, kind of like the Flight of the Conchords guys.
Oh yeah.
There's something about that kind of humor that
it's
so
similar.
sometimes it hits, and sometimes you're just like, I'm not in the mood for this.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say I don't think you would really like it, but if other people might, just know what you're like, actually like want to watch it one day. Don't just throw it on for whatever. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? So what about you? Did you watch any movies?
You know, I've heard from some people that you saying that last week made them think that the episode kept playing over and over again. But it's like, oh no, it's only because it's a 4.5 hour episode.
Did people actually say that?
They did.
You know, I think one of the best compliments I ever got, a kid one time, was like, you know, he's like, I didn't really understand you for like a month or two. He's like, but I kind of think I understand your humor now. You just repeat stuff.
Is this a kid that you're keeping somewhere?
I don't really want to say one way or another, but like,
that sounds innocent.
But like, did you watch any movies, Jared?
I checked out a Mexican horror film released by Vinegar Syndrome. You heard of these guys? It's called Grave Robbers.
Is that the one from that guy from Lethbridge?
No, but this is another movie.
Grave Encounter?
About grave robbing.
Okay. What kind?
These are grave robbers. These are different kinds of grave robbers, because the heroes of the movie are grave robbing, and then the other grave robbers from like the year prior, the American movie, the grave robbers are the bad dudes. You feel me?
No.
Okay. So Grave Robbers from 1989, Mexico style. It is a bunch of kids. Oh God, I'm actually blinking out. There's two groups of kids. There's some good, some bad. Oh, it has a cold open. It's actually very similar to Tombs of the Blind Dead, where there's like, you know, some fanatical person, and there's like, you know, old injustices, torture, killing in the old days, ancient curses after a man gets an axe to the chest saying, I will come back. When this
does he?
He does, because someone takes the axe out of his chest.
That's cool then, I guess.
A bunch of kids, some Mexican kids, they go check out the cemetery. They go into a mausoleum. They go down a chute into an underground complex, and they just start stealing gold off of corpses. And then, of course,
just gold.
Yeah, and gems.
Do they get any teeth?
Gems and such. I don't know if there's too many gold teeth in these bodies, but
Okay.
they're stealing all this stuff, and of course they loosen this axe, and the axe wielding Satanist comes back and starts picking him off because he wants his gold back, kind of like Leprechaun.
Is that what the Leprechaun movies are about? Does he want his gold back?
Oh yeah,
Seriously? I've never seen any of those.
he wants his pot of gold back,
Huh.
and he fucks people up for it.
Wow. I
Well,
never would have thought.
shit. I mean, did we even? Yeah, we talked about Leprechaun last time when Jackson was looking for some horror franchise recommendations, right? Or did that even come up on that list?
I mean, I've never seen any of the Leprechauns, so if it did, it would have been because you brought it up.
The Leprechaun.
Well, remember, like, so during when COVID started and St. Patrick's Day got canceled, the day after,
Oh, yeah.
Amazon Prime put all of the Leprechaun movies on, and I was like, I'm never gonna watch them now out of spite
No,
against Amazon Prime.
those bastards.
They were a day late. If they put it out a day before, I would have watched every one. Like, what were they thinking?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know?
Best scene of Grave Robbers is the cop. There's like a cop character who shows up to hang out with some buddies, and they're like,
Okay.
hey, here's like, I don't know, an assault style rifle. You should just do some target practice on these empty bottles. And because
Okay.
in Mexico you can just fire weapons and no one thinks anything of it, he just blows them away. And then his like two daughters, or his daughter and her friend, just like walk in a frame. They're like, "Oh, hey, Dad," and I'm like, "But they have no idea he was doing that."
So they can't hear guns in Mexico?
Or it's so normal, it's so blasé because people are always firing them into the sky. Is all I know. That's one of the things I know about Mexico.
I think it's because their eyes are always adjusting to that orange tint that Steven Soderbergh sprayed over the whole country. So I think that's why they can't hear
Right.
stuff.
Well, then it lasted all the way through Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it's just like, but like, it was Soderbergh. He was like, I just want a vibe for this country. Let's dye the air orange.
Mm-hmm. He wanted that.
Man.
He wanted that Orange Crush vibe.
Oh, yeah, I see. Do you have an Orange Crush mustache right now? Were you drinking some pop earlier?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay. So what
you know
about this movie?
Grave Robbers? It's pretty fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's nothing to write home about, but
Right.
it's just like, I don't know. It's like you want to see a Mexican slasher. There's not a lot of options, and this one's kind of got a charm to it.
Maybe you could make a
It's
Mexican slasher.
I couldn't. That would be appropriation.
Oh.
I'll leave it to Mexicans to make their own representations of slashers. Thank you very much.
I thought that you were. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. Never mind.
Just no. I watched The Corpse Grinders.
That sounds cool.
Do you know what this is about?
No.
So this is also about like grave robbers. These grave robbers dig out bodies, then they take them to a cat food plant where they then grind up the meat of these dead bodies, and then can it and sell the meat, and then people feed this meat to kitties, and then now the kitties have a taste for human flesh and are attacking.
That sounds good.
And they're attacking people. But you know what? But what happens when cats attack people, RJ?
Oh.
Oh dear. As far as I could recall, because I did not watch the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray of this. This was a Tubi special of a like very rundown copy of this. I don't recall in this like haze of the movie any outward violence to kitty cats, but it seems like there's like a lot of love and affection toward kitties and making sure they're fed. That's very important. But definitely at least one cat gets got. But that's what happens. And then, of course, it's like, oh, we got to cover it up. People are finding out that we're grinding up people. Better throw some like live people into the grinder.
Is that like in The Simpsons Treehouse of Horror?
Yeah.
Like live people in the grinder?
Sure. Like lunch lady
Doris,
yeah.
I think.
That's you're right. You got it.
Yeah.
So this is like, it starts off with a bang, and I'm like, "Ooh, shit, this is amazing!" And then it goes right to like, "Oh, slow nothing happening. Men in cashmere sweaters and ladies with big hair and mascara sitting in rooms talking for like.
Are they talking about anything good?
For at least 9 minutes straight.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, so did they go to the Roman Polanski School of filmmaking?
Of making movies in Europe and saying it's New York?
Yeah. And having 9-minute scenes that only need to be 1 minute?
They might have. Maybe they taught him.
It's possible.
Old Ted Mickles. So I followed up this Ted Mickles film, who's like kind of like viewed as like a real schlockmeister, with another schlockmeister, but this is a documentary on a schlockmeister called Al Adamson. And I was really happy this was on Tubi. Blood and Flesh, the real life and ghastly death of Al Adamson, which is a documentary of a horror filmmaker and also a true crime documentary. Because this guy got murdered.
How so?
As in, he was murdered, and his murderer like poured cement over his body to conceal his death.
How did he get murdered?
Like smashed his head in, strangled him, rolled him up in a comforter sheet, dug
Which
out.
one was it? All three?
All three. A lot the odds were against Al Adamson. So Al Adamson, his dad was like an old cowboy actor from like the 20s, and then sometime in the 50s or so, he's like, I want to be a director myself. And so he makes like, these movies are sub shithouse Roger Corman from the looks of it. Like, so this is the one thing is like, you watch one of these things, you should get excited about the idea of watching one of these movies, at least one of them, where you're like, ooh, I'd like to check out The Blood Kills at Night or something like that, or one of these ridiculous titles about blood. But no, man. After Cormet, I know how this goes. It's like, I think they're showing us the best parts, but then there's the rest of the movie, and no one actually ever says, oh, any of these are good. Not a single person. No one. So it's interesting. Like, I thought the documentary was like worth watching, and you could probably watch this instead of ever watching an Al Adamson box or film. And this is the thing. At one point, I was thinking about buying the Al Adamson collection, which is like $200 US on sale. It's almost going to be out of print soon, and has all 34 of his movies in one place. But it's like, it's the one thing of having it all and being like, cool, I have the Al Adamson box set, but it's quite another thing to actually watch these movies. And I already have the Herschel Gordon Lewis box set that I've watched like 2 movies out of so far, and I should have watched Wizard of Gore for this month, but I forgot. But you're like, yeah, these are like, I don't know, it's hard to pull the trigger on this stuff. And like, no one talks about Al Adamson at all. He's just like, he seems like a nice enough guy. Everyone talks about how nice he is, but at the same time, how he didn't pay anybody. And he's like, it's like, but you talk about, oh, he's got all these investments and he's got all these properties everywhere. You're like, well, he sounds like an asshole who just didn't pay people.
There's a lot of real nice guys that I don't understand how they became filmmakers. There's one in particular, a nice guy production. You know what I mean? You know, Jared? So are you saying that you're a big Al Adamson guy now? I like the box set.
No. I'm fine.
How many more of these box sets are you going to buy? Like 4 or 5 Al Adamson ones?
I don't want any more. But I want them all. You see? That's problematic. This is problematic. I checked out a movie that I feel like's got like RJ written all over him.
Okay, what is that?
It's called Abominable.
Is this about a Bigfoot?
It is about a Bigfoot.
Okay.
By way of Rear Window.
I completely understand, but I'm looking at this director's previous history. I've seen one of his movies. Which one did he do in Tales of Halloween?
Oh, it doesn't.
Ryan Schifrin.
Yeah, this guy. Oh man, Evil Hill looks amazing.
Okay, so when you say that this is a me movie, do you mean it, or
I mean it's crap, but this Sasquatch costume is so good because you know, like one of the bullshit things with these Bigfoot movies is that they never show Bigfoot. They always obscure it, or they have the most generic costume imaginable. Not Abominable. Abominable, you see him like he's very well lit. He's on full display. He's clearly a costume. Like it looks like a monster costume, but it's so charming. It's so cute looking. He's like, I'd love him to bite my face off, which is something he does to a guy in this. Was it Matt McCoy who's like the main character of this? He is just like supposed to be Jimmy Stewart, I guess. He's a man who like he used to live a very active life, mountain climbing, love of his life. They were like outdoors people, and then one day they were climbing a rock face, and his wife slipped and fell and died. And he fell, but he didn't. He survived, but broke his back. And now he needs a man nurse to like tend to him. They've gone to the cabin, I guess, because he's been in recovery and rehab and stuff like that. And of course they head up there, and then some like buxom co-eds show up to party next door. And so there's a whole lot of him like in a wheelchair looking through binoculars at all the action and being like, I used to have a life. And of course they just think he's an old creepy pervert. But of course he also sees something in the woods, and he's like, what is that? And no one believes him.
What was it?
It's the Bigfoot. Lance Henriksen's in it. And I was wrong. Not only has Lance Henriksen been in 3 Bigfoot movies, he's actually been in 4.
There's another one.
There's another one that I forgot about. It's called The Untold, and that's the one that I know a guy who knows a guy that apparently worked on the movie. And of course, it's also probably the worst of the 4, which makes total sense. Which is incredible. So I'll get around to watching that too, I guess. To really
this year, or
we'll see. We'll see how it goes with time and space. But I mean, Abominable, when the gore stuff happens, is not too bad. And Sasquatch is really cool. Very nice face on him.
So I checked it out. This guy, the segment of Tales of Halloween he directed was the one that had problematic director John Landis in a cameo role.
That sounds like a decision he would make.
I'll let you decide to do with that info whatever you want. So, I mean, it sounds cool. I'll check it out.
It's
next year.
Hey, Tubi.
I mean, yeah, who doesn't like Tubi, right?
No, who doesn't? Who doesn't? Speaking of Tubi,
yeah.
Do you want me to finish the Tubi cycle, or should I let you talk?
No, finish it off.
I mean, I do want to hear about Blood Quantum.
Blood Quantum? I can tell you about that anytime, any day.
Okay, I watched Monster Hunter, aka Absurd. This is kind of like I think one of its other AKAs is Anthropophagus 2. Starring George Eastman, who was Anthropophagus in the first movie, and in now this one he's just like a guy who was experimented on and is now immortal, and he's also a psycho killer.
Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est?
When you first see him, his like intestines are pouring out of his stomach, and then he heals back up, and he just keeps killing people. There's nothing to really speak of or recommend on this movie. It's called a video. It's on the Video Nasties list. It's got a pretty decent poster. I mean, I don't know where the fuck Monster Hunter comes from, like at all.
I don't know. Isn't everything Monster Hunter now?
Wow, we wish. I mean, I think they're making a Monster Hunter movie for reals, right? Based on that video game.
It's not making. It's done. They put a preview out. It's your buddy PTW Anderson.
The best
or
Anderson.
Yeah, PWS Anderson. Is that what he is? Or?
He is the best Anderson. Better than Paul. Better than Wes.
Yeah.
Paul,
he made one.
Yeah.
With his wife Mila Jovovich.
Of course. Yeah, I saw some. I think I remember seeing some people talk about the size of the sword being too big, and I'm like, that's our priority. That's our great worry.
Yeah, remember when that stunt woman on one of those Resident Evils got degloved or something like that? Like her whole body. That's pretty grisly.
Pretty grizz. Nothing to say too much about this. Not an RJ pick, and it's just like forgettable.
Yeah.
But Doom Asylum is a movie that you watched last Halloween, and I believe the description you gave was like it was just on as you gave out Halloween candy.
It might have been. I remember there being a few things in Doom Asylum that I thought was okay.
The gore in it is pretty good.
Yeah.
And like some of it, like there's a bit where Monster Hunter, whatever. Doom Asylum. Doom Asylum, it follows a bunch of, teenagers who go to a real mental institute that's been abandoned. They come across this like punk girl band that is playing this like no waves music, like this absolute like just noise band, something out of Throbbing Gristle. It's like so weird because I'm like, I don't think this is the actual music they were playing here. I think they put that on top, but
movie magic.
We got a bit of a backstory beforehand that there was a guy and his new bride. They were driving along, not wearing seatbelts. They have a horrific car crash. He survives, but is horribly mutilated. And he now lurks inside this abandoned hospital, insane asylum, whatever it is. And these people stumble across him, and he starts picking them off one by one because they're dumb. I mean, I gave this movie 2.5 stars because that's probably what it really is. But I actually really enjoyed this movie. The act of watching it and all of its awkwardness. The gore is great. There's a scene involving the cutting of toes off. That's like pretty well done. And the killer, whatever, he loves his one-liners. He always has one.
He does. Yeah, someone will have to listen to last year's Ghoul School. I think I was like okay on Doom Asylum. I was like, yeah, it's got some stuff in it. It's not bad.
Tell me about Blood Quantum, RJ.
What do you know about this film, Jared? Because it was making the rounds about 7 months ago.
Well, I remember when the trailer popped up, and I'm like, why? Is this some indigenous horror?
Sorry, I was working something out. This is indigenous horror, Jared. Canadian indigenous horror.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of boxes to be checked. There's a lot of potential here. But could it live up to expectations? Because I saw that, was it Jeff Barnaby? He directed another movie that looks very similar to this called Rhymes for Young Ghouls.
Yeah. So both of these two movies, Blood Quantum, Rhymes for Young Ghouls, and two other quasi horror thriller indigenous movies have just all got put onto Crave. So I saw that this was on here too, and I'm going to watch it, but it doesn't really seem like Creeptober. Like it sounds Rhymes for Young Ghouls. That is, it does seem a bit like I don't know. It seems like a heavy movie, so I might just watch that normal one day. You know what I mean, Jer? Actually, I'm looking at the banner of it. It's got people dressed up in costumes.
I saw that. I'm like, what? Yeah, there's like all these like masks, hooded rain jacket.
Yeah, so like that and this, and then like there's a couple other like thrillers, and then there were a couple like dramas. They were all indigenous films, and I think it's because Crave. So Crave is what we have instead of HBO Go, kind of, and it's not even just HBO. It's like a bunch of other providers too, but HBO is part of it. And then Crave has a partnership with TIFF. And I think that's where a lot of these movies come from as well. And I think they've been trying to get like more Canadian content on it. So I think that's where all these movies came from. It's my guess. But I remember that this was kind of making the rounds a few months ago because I think it was maybe at one of those festivals that it kind of premiered, and then it was made available online and people were checking it out. But Blood Quantum, Jarrett, is a zombie film that takes place on the Micmac Reserve of Red Crow. So I don't know. I don't think I said that right. Micmac.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah, but so
I think like the anglicized is Micmac.
Micmac. It's like like
Micmac Boulevard.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a popular road in our hometown.
Very popular.
Very popular. People are always hanging out there, just like, hey, check it out, we're on Micmac.
Paddywhack.
You can give your dog a bone after the podcast, okay, Jared? So we got Blood Quantum, and it's a zombie film. So pretty standard, but I do actually think it's got some new stuff in it, which is some, you're always looking for new stuff, right? So this movie is made by like Indigenous First Nations people in Canada, and the spin that they have on this is that Indigenous people are immune to the zombie plague and other people aren't. So like they become like the last kind of protected grounds, the reserve that they live on, because they're all immune. Other people try to get in, and then they have like their own kind of law there. They have like a few of the they're not like policemen. They call them chief, but it's not that either. But it's like guys who like fight the zombies, and they have bites all over their bodies because they've been like in all these fights with them, but they can't get the zombie infection. So I actually thought that was kind of neat. And then there is like a lot of conversation about the earth in general, environmentalism, and like what the zombie stuff means for them and for Indigenous people. I thought it was pretty cool. Like it's like I said, it's new, so I liked it for just that alone. I was like, it's kind of changing up some of the old stuff in here, so I did really like that. And then this movie, Jared, is like super surprisingly gory, like scenes that I was not expecting at all. I think a lady rips a fetus out of her own body and starts eating it. So I don't know how you feel about that.
I'm at home actually with that.
You're at home with that kind of gore?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got some baby eaten. We have some dick eaten. So
yeah.
At one scene, there is a person just full on eating a dick.
Do we have any titty slashing?
Not in this one. Not that I was aware of.
2 out of 3 is not bad.
Yeah, not that I was aware of. But someone does eat a dick in this movie, literally. And it actually, the one thing I noticed watching it right away, I was like, it looks really good. So they actually like, I don't know who. This is the first movie I've watched of this guy, so I don't know like what his production is usually like, but I was like, they got nice cameras for this. Like, it's really crisp, looks nice. So I thought that was cool. The only real downside to this movie is the dialogue it's pretty questionable. Like there's some lines in this, and you're just like, you're like, I don't know who came up with that in like what basement of the world or something like that. But I was like, it's a little out there. But Blood Quantum is good. I was surprised by it. I think it's got some new ideas, which is cool. It's just the dialogue is it's not great at sometimes, but cool little Canadian film, Jared. You know about Canada?
I heard about it. I know that they had residential schools.
Well, that other Rhymes of the Young Ghoul. Did you read the description?
I sure did.
It sounds like a rough movie, eh?
About a sadistic Indian agent who imprisoned a teenager in a residential school where rape and abuse are common.
And I mean, that is what happened. So it's kind of a historical document. But it sounds rough.
Yeah.
Sounds rough. So, hey, do you want to hear about all of the unsolved mysteries?
Why not?
Briefly?
Why not? Hit me with it.
The second half of season 1, they did the weird thing. They released half of the first season, and then now they released the second half. I think it's called like part 2 or something like that. Whatever kind of bullshit they can get around it. But hey, it's loggable on Letterboxd. So I watched it. First, and these ones aren't very good. There was like 1 or 2 that were actually good. First one is called Tsunami Spirits, and it's about people in Japan who see spirits that died in a tsunami. I don't want to like question what people think they see, but this one is definitely, it's just like people who have like they like someone died and they see them around, and then these people are like, it was ghosts. It's like, it wasn't ghosts. They're they're grieving.
That probably is a ghost. In like
grief ghost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the sense that like they maybe did think they saw something, and they're like, well, then they did. They saw it in their head.
Oh, I'm sure these people saw those things.
Yeah.
But
it's just the realest ghost there is.
I agree with you, but I don't know if it warrants an unsolved mystery.
Well, I mean, if they decided to frame it that way rather than did they see something? Like, no, they didn't.
it goes back and forth, but this one we watched it and we're like, ugh. We're like, that's whatever. The next one was called The Lady in the Lake, about a lady who just disappeared near a lake. And the one standout thing about this was there was a guy who gets some other lady to try on high heels and to walk towards the lake. And he's like, look, it's impossible. You could never walk towards this lake in shoes like these. And it's like, okay. It's one of the, it's kind of goofy. Like this one has some stuff in it. It's like, yeah, that lady was murdered for sure, but
why did
kind of
she?
goofy.
Why did she definitely have her? Did she have her shoes on her feet?
They found so this lady parked near a lake and they found her body like a month later down the river, and like her shoes were there, but they were still in good shape on her body, but they were like, it happened during winter, so they're like, oh, there's no way she could have walked. The police ruled it a suicide, and so they were like trying to show that like she couldn't walk. But it's just this dude who's like, yeah, you can't walk with shoes like this. And you're like,
case closed.
Case closed. The next one is Stolen Kids. That's a bummer. It's just about kids who were kidnapped.
Yeah.
Bummer. And then there's Washington Inside Murder. This one was possibly an old man with dementia who got lost. It's a pretty interesting story, but the expert guy they have on this really sucks because he's like, could he have been doing this? And it's like, where did you get that? Like, he's just taking big leaps on things. He's like, oh, I was doing this. It's like, he wasn't. Get out of here. The one that I recommend you watch is called Death in Oslo, where a young lady checks into a hotel in it's like Switzerland or something like that. Wherever Oslo is from, George Hoffmeister's probably screaming. I know he's from Lithuania, but he probably knows. Lady checks into a hotel. 3 days later, someone goes to check on her. And when they knock, they hear a gunshot, and she killed herself. And she's got no ID, Jer. Why was she in there? It's pretty mysterious. And then we have Death Row Fugitive, which is more or less just a scathing review of the America prison system. We have this guy who raped a bunch of ladies and then went to prison. And then he got put on a good behavior list of other prisoners in the 70s and was allowed to go to a mall unsupervised. And he just left. And they never found him again.
Oh. Oh.
And that's all it is. It's just like, they're like, well, we know he was in this state, but we were about 2 months too late. And we know he was in this state, but we were a year too late. And then they're like, we're still looking for him. But this happened in the 70s. They took a bunch of like high offense criminals to a mall. And they're like, all right, you guys, honor system, come back in like 2 hours.
Go to Cinnabon, have yourself a bun.
Yep.
Get a coffee.
Yeah, and he just never came back.
Go check out, I don't know, check out some clothes that you can't do anything with. Yeah, it's good. I mean,
yep. It's.
I was expecting a different direction about the horrors of the system in terms of like how innocent people have bad things happen to them. No, this is like the opposite. This is the opposite of that, where like bad people just leave. And then like, because that's like 40 years ago.
He made a full confession. He killed like a 14-year-old girl, and that was the one that he got like locked up on. And he tried to kill her, but she didn't die. So he goes into details about like how he was like, well, she wasn't dead, so I had to go look around. He's like, I found some bricks. I tried those out for a while. Oh. And so all the people are like, this guy is like the epitome of like an actual monster. And then they're like, and then he was let go. Well, and the prison was like, whoopsie.
He got away.
He got away. So that one's pretty, and that's it. So anyways, I just thought I'd talk about those. They're vloggable, so I got to talk about them right
for now. Well, they'll disappear, I'm sure.
They'll probably disappear.
Yeah.
But then I watched your recommendation of every 90s commercial ever, going with the TV theme. Yep. Very good. We got some 90s sweat.
And was this less than 3 minutes?
Less than 3 minutes. We got some body melting. We got some Capri Sun. Like, get out of here.
We got body melt. We got body horror.
Got body horror.
We got some dark humor. As we like that camera shot of that empty chair at the table is so good.
It's very good. I like this a lot. I will say I was a little surprised that you really liked it, because I feel like even though it's very good, I feel like it could easily switch to you towards that like Too Many Cooks type of thing.
See,
Like, it's not quite the same.
See,
but
this is why this is the difference. I don't know what you could almost break down what the differences are between why this is successful, why Too Many Cooks sucks, why Kung Fury sucks, and I don't know. Because they have this idea, and they're not trying to be any more clever than what it is. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not like continuously being, I don't know. There's like the bad influence that Tim and Eric have had, and that Adult Swim kind of sensibility where it goes all horribly wrong.
Yeah,
I don't know, because you've never watched Wonder Chosen, right?
I know Wonder Chosen, but my main exposure to it was when I was in high school. There was this group of like heavy stoner dudes, and it was their favorite show. And I watched it once, and I was like, I don't get this. But I wasn't like part of the heavy stoner group, so I was like, I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing.
Well, did they like what? Did they bust out horse apples on you?
No, they were just actually watching.
Oh no,
like,
there's
a skit called Horse. I don't know. I watched like
it's not a skit. It's an entire episode of Horse Apples, which is a fake like
product?
fake like redneck TV show. It's like it's like Green Acres or I don't know, Mr. Ed. But like, there's no, and it's anti-humor as well, I guess you call it. Whereas this actually is just like, it's not trying to be anti-humor. It's just like, it's subversive rather than
post-comedy.
So this is the different. Well, okay. So this is like, to me, this would be subversive, but it's not anti-humor, where it's like, oh, no one would find this funny, and that's what's hilarious. And you're like, well, sometimes that works, and sometimes it's just brutal, and like, it's just like whoever, I don't know. I don't think people who like that stuff necessarily like it exactly. I don't know that, or at least because like I don't know. It's subjective. It's all subjective. But I think this actually is really funny, and it's like the guys who did this rocket ship. I can't remember the name of these guys.
Sure.
These guys were YouTube dudes, like with like millions of followers, and I completely had no idea that they had made this when because I listened to their podcast like probably 5 years before this came along because this is only 5 years old.
Okay. You're talking about every 90s commercial, right? Not Wonder Chosen? Or are you talking about Wonder Chosen?
I'm talking about every 90s commercial. Ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, no, Wonder Chosen's pretty old. Chosen? Whatever that is. Mm-hmm. That's pretty old. Yeah. No, that's all I meant. Like, I think it can go either way. I do think every 90s commercial is pretty good. And it's, like you said, it's 3 minutes. Give it a rip. Mm-hmm. It adds to your stats.
Yeah. It was a pleasant surprise. It was.
Do you want to hear about Stephen King, or do you want to talk for a while?
Do I want to talk about Stephen King?
It's just one entry.
Go on.
So I watched A Good Marriage, and this is like...
I'm just looking at this poster.
Uh-huh.
Mrs. Mr. And it's like towels. And there's bloody hands all over. Joan Allen? Stephen Lang?
So Joan Allen is in this, Jarrett. And it is very, like, matter-of-factly stated in the first 5 minutes. There's a guy, a bartender. They're at a wedding in the intro. And the bartender's like, she's pretty hot for an old chick. And you go, And then in another scene, she's in the bathroom with another lady, and the lady's like, well, at least you still have your figure, smoking hot. And it was like, what? It's like, why are they putting so much emphasis on this? And then it never comes back. It never comes up again. So I was like, did the people who made this just have like a thing for Joan Allen, or was it something else? What do you think? So anyways.
Maybe it was contractual.
It could have been. This is credited in the opening as a Stephen King story, and it says a Stephen King story, A Good Marriage, which this is part of one of his short story collections, like I don't know, No Full Dark, No Stars, or Just After Sunset, one of those ones.
This is 103 minutes long.
Yes, it is. You feel it too.
God! I've actually seen a movie from this director. He like did a documentary on Dalton Trumbo. What the fuck?
Oof. This is not a good film, Jared.
Yeah.
But so like Stephen King is credited, and like I can pick up on some of the Stephen King isms, like in some of the dialogue, and it's like, oh yeah, that's full Stephen King. But there's other things too. I was like, where did that come from? I was like, is this improv from the cast, or I don't know. But anyways, the movie is about a perfect marriage, Jarrett. But there's a serial killer out on the loose. And then one day, the wife discovers that her husband, played by Anthony LaPaglia from Empire Records, and the best friend from So I Married an Axe Murderer, he is a serial killer. And then he comes home and he's just talking to his wife, and he's like, my wife, he's like, so I kill people. I will never kill you. He's like, are we cool? Are we good? He's like, you don't got to tell anyone. And then that's what the movie is. It's just like, is she a ride or die? Is she going to stick by him, Jarrett? Or is she going to kind of rat him out? And then Stephen Lang comes in, and he's just like a really wheezy old man who's just like, I've been investigating your family. And you're like, nobody cares, Stephen Lang. Get out of here. So anyways, it's not very good, Jarrett.
Yeah, it's all in Stephen King.
Mm-hmm. I think the idea is like, it's super Stephen King, where it's just like perfect marriage, but get this, the husband is a killer. Oh. So I get it, but at the same time, it's like, it's not, the execution's not fully there.
Right.
But whatever. So what about you? Did you watch any movies?
RJ, I checked out this here movie talking about these 90s vampire movies.
Oh yeah.
I watched Night Owl from
And
1993. It's got John Leguizamo before he was John Leguizamo.
Who was he before he was John Leguizamo?
He was Night Owl.
Oh, interesting.
So
and what's that about?
This is a Vinegar Syndrome picture. And I don't know. Do you like metaphors?
I don't know a world that isn't metaphors.
How about when you combined vampires with AIDS? But it's not AIDS. It's vampirism as AIDS.
I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like that's been done more than a few times.
Well, this is 1993.
So you're saying they did it? They started it?
Probably not, because I feel like it's probably floating around. A lot of people are like, blood disease, horror, blood, Dracula. No, there's no Dracula in this. But this is a black and white indie movie to the gills and pretty poor. Like I don't know. I've seen this shit before, and it like I don't know. There's some real bad house bands in this thing that like it is. House music is kind of the worst. Do you know what I mean by that? By house music? Yeah.
I watched a film this week, Jared, called Blood of the Werewolf, and it's got some house music in it.
And is it the shits as I'm talking about?
It's not bad, actually.
Oh, RJ. It is.
Maybe
okay. The particular acts in this though are fuck. Oh.
Okay.
Real bad, and this just feels indie as fuck.
Okay.
In all the worst ways, and it's really easy to dial out on this stuff. Yeah, no time for it. It's too bad. I had some hopes. It seems like for the sex scenes, it seems like people were really getting into it. If you know what I mean.
I don't. You might have to describe that a little bit more.
Man, the hips slide into one another. Lots of. It feels like perhaps depth was being achieved. RJ.
I don't know what that means, and I'm too afraid to ask.
Yeah, it's fine
anymore.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll stop right there. I rewatched some stuff. I watched some Jean Roland, some Fascination.
Oh yeah. How was
that? Jackson had watched this and had asked about my thoughts and feelings, particularly probably my feelings. I think.
How did you feel?
I liked Fascination more on the second viewing. Now that I'm more accustomed to the Jean Roland experience, and I like saying Jean Roland. Is that
different from Jean Renoir?
Yes, because I like Jean Roland movies as opposed to Renoir.
Oh, okay.
by a lot.
Interesting.
Because I mean, Jean Renoir, he was too much of a coward to tackle vampires. So.
Isn't Rules of the Game kind of about vampires and HIV?
No, I wish.
Oh, okay.
I wish. I mean, it's black and white. Might as well go the extra mile.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. They all fit together.
Yeah, this movie is about castles and ladies in cloaks, naked, writhing around, doing castle-y things, doing things. But man, there's times the visuals in this that Jean Rollin hits on. They're like Rene Magritte paintings, and they're so good, and they're just like this little. They're like living paintings, RJ. You like that expression? You like that? You like that? Like, your face says yes.
My heart says no.
Right, because art isn't real, but
it's not.
Yeah, there's just glimpses, these flashes throughout this movie that are like just like fuck, this is so good. But then the rest of the movie is just kind of like neither here nor there. It's like, yeah, something or other's happening. We all know this guy who's like. They just like, how does this even start? There's these two women that are in this castle, and they're just waiting for people to come. There's a guy who has just finished robbing something with a group of bandits, and he's like, "Hey, I've got all this gold. I'm going to take it, and then I'm going to like flip the gold to smaller bills, and then I'll pay you then." How's that sound? And they're like, "Fuck you, pay us." And he gets away. They pursue him. They chase him down to this castle. He enters the castle. He runs into these two women. And of course, they're kind of weird and all over the place and keep telling different stories about why they're there. They act like they're the help, but maybe they actually own it. They make out with one another. They make out with him.
Whoa.
Yeah. Maybe they're trying to maybe kill him. Maybe they're not. And then more. Well, actually, what happens is the guys who are chasing them, the bandits, they're going to like basically charge the castle, and then the two women in the castle, they're just like, "Here, take your gold and take off." But they're like, "Nah, we're going to take you out to the barn, have ourselves some fun," because that's what happens in everything in the 70s.
What happens?
It always goes to rape for a little bit. But don't you worry, RJ. They're kind of like, yeah, whatever. This isn't the first time. And then they kill him.
Not the last.
Well, probably not. And then for the one character maybe. They kill that guy, and then they just kill off everybody, and then they're like, cool, we're done with this. And then the rest of the women group, the coven of vampires ? They all show up. It's a good old time. Sacrifices are made, writhing, all in good fun, and some scythes.
Did you say writhing?
Writhing, yes.
How
do you feel about pelvises and hips sliding into one another, depths being achieved?
I think they definitely serve a purpose and related to motion.
Okay.
If that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I meant.
And I don't really want to elaborate any further on the subject.
Okay. I also rewatched Mario Bava, Blood and Black Lace.
How was that?
I still am not that big of a Mario Bava guy.
It's all right.
The movie's great looking. So this was actually the first time I'd seen this movie in a good restoration. Like there was like the old DVD I had for this, which was just terrible. I think like it was like VCI or something like that. And so this is actually Arrow's Blu-ray that came out years ago. It was actually Spine #1 when they started up their American line, and it took forever because of some weird copyright thing, and it finally got shipped out way after the fact, and I just haven't gone around to watching it. Finally it happened. I wanted to check it out, give it another whirl. And it was better-ish than the first time I watched it. It looks great in HD. It's a very colorful movie. But it's just like, I don't know, that by-the-numbers giallo stuff. There's like the characters are non-existent. It's supposed to be about the fashion world. And it's like, okay, that's superficial. So maybe it's intentional. But I don't think it really is meant to be like that. I think that's giving Bava too much credit, I think.
Yeah. Well, he... Yeah, I don't know. I think I've liked the Bava movies I have actually seen, but like even so, I was like, well, It's fine.
He's no
Black Sunday is fine.
He's no Argento. He's no Fulci.
Well, Planet of the Vampires is cool.
It
for
looks
sure.
awesome. That movie looks
Yeah.
amazing. I mean, it's dumb as shit. And
But
I still
yeah.
I would consider it actually one of the better Bava movies I've seen. I don't know,
Because
like,
it's not a giallo.
yeah, it's just like it's like Alien. It feels like
Mm-hmm.
a weird sci-fi movie by an Italian man that had like, hey, let's just put all these resources into making a really cool looking movie.
Mhm.
And that was enough for me when I watched it. I mean, it is kind of a boring, stilted movie, but it looks great while doing it.
That's like me.
Like you, baby.
I'm boring and stilted, but I look great.
Speaking of Fulci,
Oh, yeah.
rewatched The Beyond.
And how is it this time?
Better than ever.
Beyond is pretty good.
Every time I watch it, it gets better and better.
Beyond is pretty good.
No, the
Yeah.
gore is gruesome. It still makes no sense, but that works
That
in
doesn't
its
matter,
favor.
though. Yeah.
I do need to get around to rewatching City of the Dead and House by the Cemetery because it's been a while since I've seen those. Since, in fact, we began the podcast because we talked about those movies in our very first episode.
Yes, we did. We did. We have yet to talk about the New York Ripper.
I need to rewatch that, but I want to watch that
But-
4K version that just came out. But that's like $50.
How does it compare to The Devil's Honey?
I can't imagine it's worse.
Worse?
But I bet you it's better.
That's fair-ish.
I bet you it's a lot better than that.
I would say fair-ish.
yeah.
What about...
what?
Well, never mind.
What?
I don't know. I'm just looking at his posters, and there's some strange things in here. Sadama's Ghost, The Eroticist. I don't know. That's all I had.
For Fulci?
Yeah.
Those are the deeper cuts I have not got around to seeing.
What were you going to say?
Well, I thought I would get the Christ into Halloween.
Ooh.
And I watched A Thief in the Night.
What's this about?
It's about the end times, RJ.
Like the true Catholic end times?
Well, this is evangelical.
Those E-free guys, they don't know what's up.
Well, they sure don't. So this is like some 70s post-apocalypse sort of stuff where the rapture has happened, which is something they're very excited about. Very excited. And about the fear of the UN making a big power unite, and they're going to make us all get barcodes in our hands and forehead.
Is that what actually going to happen?
Apparently.
Whoa. Keep going.
I was expecting more of a campy fun time, I guess. But this is just like so joyless.
Shitsville?
Yep. Well, yeah, this is a pretty good case of why like this form of Christianity in particular, the smarminess of these fuckers.
Hey, that's evangelicist and evangel. I don't know. The only right Christianity is Catholic, and I know we're probably gonna get heat for that, but whatever. I'm gonna stand by it.
Just from Frank.
I mean, we all can enjoy the presence of JC, right, Jared?
There's like 4 of these goddamn movies too.
Really?
The next one up is A Distant Thunder. No,
Were they produced by a church or something, or like
I would assume so. They're not very well made. These feel like real regional filmmaking pieces.
I thought you liked regional filmmaking.
I like some of it, but I'm not so much a fan of this Donald W. Thompson chap.
That sounds like a guy who would be
look at these
a
posters.
really boring person.
Yeah, I have like this no time at all for this stuff. It's brutal to watch.
What do you have time for?
Well, let's take a look. What do I like? What's the next good thing I actually watched? Man, not a whole lot.
Well, Blood Salvage or Alice, Sweet Alice.
Yes, well,
but I don't want to like jump too far ahead.
Okay, so I checked out Microwave Massacre.
Yep.
I gave it 1.5 star because this isn't like a horror movie at all. It is like a really, really dumb horror comedy, and it almost works. Almost, but then it's also just terrible.
Yeah. Is that like that's not totally surprising, is it?
It's not. I knew that this was going to be crap.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was going to be bad, but it wasn't even like as bad as I was expecting it to be. It's there, but the jokes are real lazy, like real lazy, like your dad's 70s cassette tape collection. Bad and lazy. And I mean, hell, it's 1979. It makes sense, right? Gay jokes, women jokes. My wife,
That's the good stuff.
I murder my wife, and then I eat her, and then now I want to eat more human flesh.
Is that in Borat too?
I think, yeah, maybe. I haven't got to it yet.
Okay.
And then, I watched a documentary, The American Scream. It's from that guy who directed that Best Worst movie on Troll 2.
Oh, yeah.
This was his follow-up documentary, I believe, The American Scream, which was another documentary about guys who do haunted houses. Because apparently there's just tons of these things now.
There is, and I even watched a movie about that. But I'll talk about that later. But yeah, it seems like it's definitely something that's in.
It is in, but yeah. So American Scream, I don't know. This felt like an episode from a TV show called American Scream, where like every episode here's a crazy guy who spends his family's life savings every year on Halloween decorations. And it's like they put 3 episodes together and that's it. I didn't get anything out of it. I didn't care about these people. Usually I'm like, you think I'd be a sucker for this type of story. But no, I didn't.
You'd think.
These are I don't know. I didn't think these were particularly captivating subjects. So that didn't help. But yeah, I was kind of bummed. I was expecting something more from this because I like documentaries. I like the subject matter. I like that Best Worst movie. I thought that was charming. But this, I don't know. Some people seem to really like this though too. So maybe I'm just a bitter old man.
Well, that goes without question. Everyone's always thought that. No?
Well, but back to you, RJ.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about Haunt.
What do you know about this film, Jarrett? Is what I would like to start with.
I know it's got clowns. I know it came out recently. And I recall something about this being one of the fictional films about haunts. Extreme haunts. Kind of like that, my most popular review ever on Letterboxd about dudes getting waterboarded for kicks.
Yeah. So, so I'm a Joe Bobsman, and
right.
So there was this Halloween last year was Halloween Hootenanny. This was Halloween something else. I can't remember. I forgot there was even going to be a Joe Bob. And then on Friday, I saw the tweets about it, and I was like, oh yeah. And I didn't make a plan to do it, but I was at home. It was 6:35 or something like that. And then I saw another thing. It's like Joe Bob in 20 minutes. And I was like, oh shit. Damn. So you'll be happy to know that Andy watched both of these films with me too.
Shit.
So yeah, she did. She saw some serious shit. So we watched some Joe Bob. I like Joe Bob. He's definitely looking better in this one. I remember, I think the last one I said he seemed like a little foggy, and I was like, what's he talking about? He's a little bit out there, but he's back to normal, I think. So he showed Haunt, which is the new formula for Joe Bob's, which I found is there's always a Shudder original or Shudder exclusive, and then a normal Joe Bob pick. So this is the Shudder exclusive one, and it came out last year. I had heard about it, but I didn't really know anything that much about it. And then when they kind of played or announced it and did the lead in, I was like, oh, it's I don't know if I'm really interested in this. But it did surprise me. Haunt it's not bad. I think it does have some it's got some good stuff in it. I think it's worth a watch for sure. I think you would maybe like it. So what it is, it's this group of friends are out on Halloween. One girl, which it's like a backstory which seems super unnecessary and it doesn't really have a payoff. But there's a girl who her backstory is that she has an abusive boyfriend who beats her up, and then it's you find out that her dad was abusive too, and then like it almost dips into that bad M. Night Shyamalan territory where it's like it was good you were abused because now you're strong. It doesn't actually go for it. Like this lady does break down in the movie because she's just like she has PTSD about these things, but then she kind of rises above it. So I always find that a little bit bad because it's like that's not the right message. I think that it's good that you have this, like people have a lot of trauma and it's like they can deal with that in certain ways, but I think the message that hey, it's good you were abused, it's like that's bad. So it doesn't totally get into that M. Night Shyamalan territory, but there is a element in that.
But hey, this movie also has a one-word title. That's something that M. Night's a fan of.
He is
Oh,
so
look,
it gets close.
This movie is written by the man, at least one man behind A Quiet Place.
Yeah, it is. So one of them, and apparently the story with
both
these two
of them
dudes,
wrote A Quiet Place.
Yeah, which is a fartsy movie. I don't really like A Quiet Place. Haunt is better than A Quiet Place. But apparently it's like they pitched it to Eli Roth, and Eli Roth is the one who got it. And there was that very hilarious John Carpenter thing that Jackson sent me this week that I think I sent on to you, where he's talking about Eli Roth and his Hollywood hair and stuff like
I sent that to you.
You sent that to me?
I sent that to you.
I think he also sent it to me then.
Well,
I'm getting wires crossed.
Well, you didn't send it to me.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that was really funny. Eli Roth's Hollywood hair. I was like, that's good. What was I talking about? So anyways.
So you actually, in fact, didn't send it to me at all. You sent it to someone else. Did you send
Who
it
the hell did I send it to?
Did you send it to a friend of the show, Ryan Nagel?
It could have been. It could have been the Ghouls, the group chat that we're a part of.
Oh, that exclusive chat/podcast.
Would you like to be put into the Ghouls?
No.
Well, you almost said something that was going to happen. Maybe it was the Ghouls. I can't remember. Anyways, I was way off track here. Group of friends, they get lost, and then a sign lights up. It's like Extreme Haunt or Haunted House, and they go for it. They go into it. It's all fun and games until they realize maybe it's not quite what they think it is. Jarrett, would you believe that it is?
I can't believe that.
Real.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
So Haunt's not bad. I do like. There's a couple things that I think like. You'd either be on board with it or you would really hate it. So the people who are doing the haunt, there's like a reveal halfway through, and when it happened, Andrea and I kind of looked at each other and like it's either this or it's that. It's one of the two. It turns out to be, it's one of the two. It turns out to be one of them. But I think at first you're like, which one is it? And then it goes a certain way. This movie has, it's got some decent gore. There were a few things that I was surprised by. I think that was probably Eli Roth's involvement, where he's like, you know what really kicked this movie up? You should get this in there, because he's like weird like that,
like a scythe in a bathtub.
Yeah, something like that. He's like, look how Hollywood that hair is. Check it out. But Hunt's not bad. I didn't mind it. I think you should definitely watch it maybe next year.
Okay. For
next Creeptober. I wouldn't watch it. I mean, you can watch it this week if you want. I didn't think it was bad.
I can do whatever I put my mind to.
You can. I don't know. I'm not totally sure what you would think about it, but I do think it's worth a watch because you might get more out of it than I did. But I didn't mind it. I was like, yeah, it's right in the middle.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
I want to see if like a 3H club going on here.
I didn't even know. It wasn't intentional.
One more, and you would have had a 4H.
Oh, I love 4-H. I mean, it's supporting local farmers, Mm-hmm. So yeah, Hack-O-Lantern was the second Joe Bob. And what can you say about Hack-O-Lantern, Jared? Have you seen it?
I have not. I planned on watching it this Creeptober, but I don't know if it's going to happen because all I ever see about this movie is that it is garbage.
It's not without its charm.
Is it charming garbage?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I mean, I think people enjoy it for that riff tracks, or like that the joking, like making fun of Mystery Science 3000 aspect to it. I didn't really. I've always said it's like I'm not really into that, but I just kind of got enjoyment out of it. Like, it's about like a cult and a grandpa who's influencing grandkids, and then they grow up a little bit. But one of the grandkids is supposed to be like, I don't know, he's supposed to be like 17, but he's like 38. But they're playing him off as like an edgy like teenager, which is kind of funny. And then he has a dream sequence, which is basically just like a rock and roll music video for like, it's a full song, so 3 to 4 minutes. And it's yeah, you wouldn't like that part.
No.
But there is some, I can't even remember like all the shit that was going on, because Andrea watched half of it and then she's like, yeah, I'm done with this. And then so she went upstairs, and then I was just texting her. I was like, I can't even remember. I was like, someone did this, someone did that, someone did this, and she's like, what are you watching? And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. So it looks as if I sent you the John Carpenter video, right?
I sent it.
I don't know. The way I'm seeing this, it looks like I sent it to you.
This is from my perspective.
Yeah, it's got me. Wouldn't your things be on the other side?
No.
Well, I think I sent it to you. We're gonna go with that.
Okay.
We're gonna go with that. But anyways, if you plan to watch Hack-O-Lantern, and I won't talk about it too much, it's on Shudder now. If you would really like to watch it, even the Joe Bob is available.
Even the Joe Bob.
But Hack-O-Lantern, like, I can see why I wouldn't watch it to be part of the irony crowd. It's got some decent stuff in it. It's okay. It's okay. So do you want to hear about the hazing, or do you want to go?
Hit me with the hazing.
So did you know that this is from your buddy?
My buddy?
Rolf Kanofsky?
Well, he's come up often, it seems.
Yeah. So I watched There's Nothing Out There last year, and Erotic Adventures of an Invisible Man has been brought up a few times, it seems. But so this poster is, I think, misleading because it makes it look real serious, but it's a pretty lighthearted film. I watched this because it's got God's favorite son, my man, Brad Dourif. He's like an old professor who does like Satanism. And then he gets hurt. He goes to the hospital, and there's a group of like college students who are trying to get into frats and dorms. And so they have like a hazing night, and they're like, you got to go find this and this and this. And one of the hazing things is like break into the professor's house. So they do. And then that's where they run into Brad Dourif. He's doing like Satanist stuff. And so they push him, and he falls onto a rhino horn. And so he goes to the hospital because he was impaled. But then his spirit comes back and possesses one of them. And then it's like a haunted house thing, like an Evil Dead situation. So this one's kind of weird. It's a very low, it's a low end movie, but I never felt like I was wasting my time watching it. Does that make sense, Jared?
Yeah. Okay. Low end.
It was low end. It was a lo-fi. Well, not even actually. It wasn't that. It's half goofy college sex comedy horror, which I don't really care for. Mm-hmm. But then there's the other side where I was like, some of the stuff they were doing, I was like, this is not bad. I wouldn't recommend this for anybody. Like, okay. I don't know. You might watch it because you're a maniac, but I don't know. It's okay. I didn't feel like I had wasted a day after I watched it. So
it's got Tiffany Shepis is in this.
Who's that?
Who's in such films as Tromeo and Juliet, Citizen Toxie, Terror Firmer, and Abominable.
Wow, she's all over. Yeah, she's in this. She's in a
and she was in one of Adam Wingard's early films, Homesick, starring Bill Moseley and Tom Towles, Otis himself. Goddamn.
Questionable.
Christ, this movie, Extremity from 2018. The man who brought us Last Shift, which was like really good until it wasn't. And that movie Dread. Oh, Dread.
What, Judge Dredd?
Just no, with the Dread.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the Judge Dredd movie was good. But what was I? Fuck, I was gonna say. Oh, this movie takes place on Halloween, which I know people are fans of movies that actually take place on Halloween.
They are. They're always looking.
They're always looking. So this is one of them. Yeah, it's not good, but what are you gonna do? So, how about you? Did you watch any movies?
RJ, have you ever heard of a movie called Wrestle Massacre?
I'm familiar with it. I believe one of our many friends of the show, a corpse. Has seen said movie pretty recently too, for that matter. So looks like a corpse pick to me. Mm-hmm. Did you watch this movie, or did you just want to bring it up?
I did watch Wrestle Massacre in its entirety. Yeah. So, what can I say about this movie? It's kind of like a trauma. It's like a modern day trauma movie. But at the same time, I don't think Lloyd Kaufman would let a lot of this shit fly in one of his own productions.
How so?
Where there is scenes of characters just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking in like a suburban home with those like kind of white walls, leather couches, and just people talking endlessly. And like their dialogue is very like talking around in circles to fill in time. And you're like, you could have expressed these things in about 5 lines and we could move forward. But it's like, no, why take 20 seconds to establish something when you can take 2 minutes? And
it's about flavor.
Yeah, yes, world building, I think, is what the kids are saying. I think this is all the craze in the screenwriting classes. So, yeah, so what we got here is a movie about a ground. This is a sad bastard movie, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. So this like this little guy, little Cuban assassin guy, who the one asshole who he works for always calls him a Mexican, even though he says I'm Cuban. And he's like, okay, senor. And you're like, okay. So he's a guy that we're not supposed to like at all. And so the bad guy-ish, who's just like a jerk off, he owes money to some real hardcore gangsters that are led by a midget and a gang of ex-pro wrestlers.
For a second, I forgot what movie you were talking about, and I was like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Wrestle Massacre.
Right. Keep going.
There's some real sub-Tarantino dialogue that come out of the mouths of these gangsters. Sandman from ECW shows up to like just stick his kendo stick in the belly of a fat guy who keeps calling Doughboy. Give us the money, Doughboy. Give us the money, Doughboy. And he keeps just stabbing this poor actor in the gut over and over and over again.
Aww.
And then Tony Atlas shows up as a hood called Hercules. And he was like, don't pay the money so I can hurt you. Don't pay the money. Don't pay the money. And he keeps saying this because I guess like they don't know when to cut and edit it and be like, hey, let's get away out of this.
Hey, that sounds like do you remember that hit movie Venom?
Venom, yes.
Venom. There's a generic white bald bad baddie in that film says the same stuff where it's like it's all the same lines. It's like, I really gonna enjoy getting you. It's like, I don't want you to succeed so I can punish you. And it's just like, ugh.
That's
like,
real hard man talk.
Oh yeah, that's how you know that he's a bad man.
Oh yeah, well, this is the same thing. Everybody's like always like, he raped 30 people and he laughed about it after, and you're just like, yeah, of course, sure. So, yeah. So the highlight of Wrestle Massacre is the tale of was it Randy? I think is the main character's name.
Orton.
Randall K. Orton. Yeah, Randy.
Okay.
So Randy, he's the groundskeeper. There's a little bit where he watches some tapes. He's watching some wrestling on TV, but he also watches religious television. So this is kind of where things kind of cross over into super territory, where he falls asleep and then a demon visits him late at night in the form of the preacher. He says, Randy, you must do what your heart tells you. And then, of course, he goes to wrestling camp where he gets trained by Jimmy Valiant, who is like a horrible wrestler. But he's not being trained. He goes to get trained. But this is a universe where wrestling is real. Wrestling is a true form of combat.
Okay.
So when there's actual fight scenes, all of the fight scenes are done in the style of pro wrestling, which
That's cool.
I admire.
Mm-hmm.
The gore, when it pops up, is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Faces getting torn off, camel clutches where you tear the guy's head all the way back off the roof. Yeah, that stuff's real nice. There is some interesting decisions where it's like, I noticed that like whenever the women get killed, they get killed the worst. They get it the absolute worst of anybody in this. It's like, that's interesting. It's like their faces get torn off, their heads get like completely flattened and smashed in. It's like, that doesn't happen to any of the other people.
I remember people said the same about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the Quentin Tarantino film. But the ladies in that film were bad dudes, so they deserved it.
Well, these were innocent people because they're getting picked off.
Maybe it's just their heads are easier to explode.
Yes.
Of the hair?
Well, yeah, you're probably right. Yes.
Because of the hair.
Because of the longer hair, it's just easier to kill women in movies. Of course.
Potentially.
So, I mean, I don't know what the difference between Wrestle Massacre and, say, Blood and Black Lace is, because that's all about killing women, too.
And they're essentially the same film, is what you're stating to me?
Yeah, I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. They're basically the same film.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that was a movie. And there was a plan to watch this and some more wrestle-themed horror movies, because there are more than one. That didn't happen. So we took it down a notch, watched Blood Salvage from 1990.
And?
Pretty decent.
Pretty good show.
Pretty decent. This is like a surprisingly gross, grimy movie.
Okay.
I kind of went in thinking it was going to be a horror comedy. So this is about a kind of a Texas Chainsaw type deal. Old man, he's got two like hillbilly sons. One's like, a simpleton, a real hard R, and the other one's like a real scumbag who drives around in like his like General Lee mobile kind of thing.
Oh yeah, from Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, he has a.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So what the scam is these guys. The one dude in his General Lee, he runs people driving down the highway off the road, causing them to crash horrifically, and then Dad comes by with a tow truck, hauls the vehicle to the salvage yard, where in the barn, what do they have set up, RJ? They have an organ harvesting deal going on. So they take the people and they hook them up to machines. They keep them alive while they harvest the organs that they sell to, what's his name? Woodsby from Next Generation, the groundskeeper at it's like from Star Trek.
Continue.
He's only in like a couple episodes.
The one that Picard, his like muse.
Yes.
Okay, let me. I'll find it. You keep talking.
It's that character actor who's in like tons of stuff. But I was like, it's the guy who's in Star Trek, and he showed up like in a couple episodes.
He's in a. Well, he's mentioned before he ever even shows up, because Patrick Stewart's just like, he's like, when I was in Starfleet Academy, my greatest mentor was the groundskeeper. And Wesley Crusher's like, "Oh, I'm really dumb. I'm Wesley. Everyone hates me." And it's like, yeah, that's true. It's true. I'll find it. You keep talking.
So anyway, there's like, so that's kind of like a grimy setup, right? Like just by itself, you're like, oh, people get kept alive. Their eyes get harvested. Their livers get harvested, and then it's like, oh, we're going to keep you alive. And of course, also the father, he's also a religious maniac, and he just like always talking about Jesus, and he has like a sound system in the barn. So when he's like doing this stuff, he proselytizes and talks about the good word as he's like tearing people up. Because somehow like he does this, and no one's getting infections, even though he's doing this in a barn. But that's fine. It's all about the flavor.
Barns are clean.
So the main thrust of this movie, plot-wise, is there's a young woman who is in a wheelchair, but she's not letting that hold her back. She's also trying to be like, a Miss, Alabama kind of thing. Okay. She's doing beauty pageants in a wheelchair, but she's just not quite winning. She travels around with her family in an RV. Creepy dad here. He's keeping newspaper clippings of her because he's like, oh yes, she's the one I want. I want to keep her, but I also want to heal her. So
did he say it like that, like in that exact manner?
Pretty much, RJ.
Okay.
So one thing leads to another. The one son sabotages the vehicle. Vehicle breaks down on the road. They show up. They bring them to the salvage yard and pick them off one by one. There's lots of chloroforming in this movie.
Good kind or bad?
Well, I'll let you decide.
Okay.
So, yeah, like you kind of think like, well, so the girl, she's got her parents, mom and dad. She's got her little brother who is like dressed in the most 90s way possible, like the multicolored shorts, the white T-shirt with like it's kind of bad drawing on it, bowl cut, like perfect encapsulation of 1990s style. But fucking her little brother, what happens to him? He gets fucking his spinal fluid is harvested so that this guy can then take the spinal fluid and inject it into the girl's back to get her to walk again, and also some prayer, and it works.
You know, Jared, I don't know if I've ever mentioned, but one of my favorite gimmicks in a lot of movies is the use of spinal fluid.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you gonna do with that CSF? And then they go, I don't know, man. Give me some. By the way, the groundskeeper's name was Boothby.
Yeah, there we go. Boothby's in it. He's like this. He's a doctor who seems to have, or he makes deals, and he seems to have no real problem with getting this stuff.
Well, I mean, he's a man of character.
Ray Walston, who's also in The Apartment.
Polanski's apartment,
or that'd be the tenant.
You mean The Apartment by Billy Wilder?
Correct.
Yes, that is a good movie too.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's pretty good. I like The Apartment.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
Yeah, he's been around, that Ray Walston. He has a bit. So anyway, it's lots of back and forth, creepy farmhouse living. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was a very enjoyable movie. And I really hope that one day this would be a perfect Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray or Arrow Blu-ray or whoever. Just put it in HD, folks.
Maybe you could do it.
Maybe I could do it. I'll start my own company. What a brilliant idea.
You could try.
Followed this up. Watched a rewatch, another one. Alice, Sweet Alice.
What's that movie about?
It is. It's a good question, RJ. But you know what? This is got a lot of Catholicism in it. A whole lot of communion. A first communion that goes horribly wrong.
The good kind?
Well, I mean, what's your view on murdering children?
Depends which ones.
What if it's like a sweet young girl?
How sweet? Like a good kid, or like she would steal stuff if no one was?
No,
looking?
she was totally a good kid. And
okay.
what if that girl was played by Brooke Shields?
I mean, that'd be a big what if. If it's not played by Brooke Shields, I'd have some umbrage with.
Well, it is. It is.
Okay. Well, maybe she didn't deserve to die. I don't know.
So it's kind of hard to talk about what the plot of this movie is, because it's obvious what it's about, but the movie is always making you question, is that what it is? Because it seems so obvious, but then you start realizing this director's not playing fair. Like he's purposely, but it's interesting because it's playing with the actual perspective in a way that like most directors, you're like, what the fuck? It's like, because first you think you're seeing what you're seeing, but then you're like, oh no, they're intentionally fucking with you by distorting the lens and like making you think something is bigger or smaller than it is. And you're like, huh, that's kind of an interesting decision to make, because the movie looks great. It is like it's actually a period piece. It's set in 1961. It's very low key because this feels like some real rotten apple stuff made in 1976. Obviously it was filmed in like 1976 New York, so that's why it feels so grimy. But everyone's wearing like, very clean, tight 1961 clothes, look amazing. Really good performances from the actors. This stars one of my personal boys, Mr. Alfonso. Man? Oh, he's a big boy. You recall my 4 horror crushes.
Yeah, I remember this Alfonso.
Oh yeah. Blood sucking
I know what
freaks.
he's
Alice Sweet Alice. He's in a movie called Night of the Zombies that I'm not familiar with. Is this Joel Reed? Oh, it is Joel Reed. Huh.
Maybe it's bad.
Probably, but it's got Mr. Alfonso, so it's going on my pool list.
Well, you know what you could do is also put it on your pool list.
Done. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, this movie, the first time I watched it, it wasn't at all what I was expecting. I kind of was expecting more of a, I guess, a slasher maybe or something like that, and it wasn't like that. It's actually it's intentionally hard to know what's going on until you are allowed to know. And it seems like it's obvious what's going on, but then it isn't. And characters keep telling you it's not obvious, but you're like, well, no, it's straight. We know who it is, but do you know?
I'm so confused. I have no idea.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
But it's, yeah. So yeah, watch the Arrow Blu-ray of this, and it looks awesome. And I don't think you'd be a fan of this movie. It's got a violation in it. We'll just put it that way. So I'm like, oh, that's unfortunate.
Hey, I got a lot of particular things, dude. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I'm proud of all of them.
Precious little guy. You gotta protect you.
I am a precious little guy.
Yeah. I think I watched Snuff. I watched the movie Snuff. Finally, after all these fucking years, I've never seen Snuff.
Was it worth the wait?
No, this movie sucks. It real bad. It's such shit. Because this movie's legendary because it's just a Manson movie for like an hour and a half. That I can't remember. Whatever his name is, Michael Findlay or whatever. He made this piece of crap. Findlay, yeah, who's the husband or ex-husband of Roberta Findlay, who because he made all these roughy movies back in the 60s.
What kind of movies?
Movies like The Touch of Her Flesh, Take Me Naked, The Curse of Her Flesh, The Ultimate Degenerate, The Kiss of Her Flesh, 1,000 Pleasures, Satan's Bed, starring Yoko Ono, Body of a Female, The Sin Syndicate, The Slaughter, Take My Head, and Vice or Versa.
So it's just like different chapters of the Jared Duncan story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
So yeah, Snuff is just like, oh, the shits. And then it gets to the very end, which is where like the movie breaks and you're like watching like a movie outside the movie. You're like thinking like, oh, this is the stuff I'm not supposed to be seeing. What's going on? And then they actually kill a girl, but not at all. Like it's a movie. But yeah, it became a big thing because they're like, this is very controversial, even though like the entire movie's just like the shits. It's terrible. No one needs to watch Snuff, which this is all I've ever heard about it. But one, I own it, but now I've seen it. And now, when some poor fool says, "Hey Jared, you ever hear about Snuff?" And I'll go, "Yeah, I got it right here."
They go, "You heard about this?
Yeah.
Did you see this one?
Oh, pretty good.
Did you hear about this one?
Oh, maybe it's not very good. Well, who buys this?" And I go, "This guy." And you know what I also watched? I watched a little movie called Wonton Baby.
I've never. I'm not familiar with this thing. Could you explain it a little bit to me?
Okay. Well, no, I can't actually. I watched this movie. So this is kind of like a similar experience to Wrestle Massacre, where there's a lot of scenes of people talking.
Okay.
Like ad nauseum in like rooms, non-professional actors, and a lot of muffly dialogue. Debbie Rochon, another like big horror girl. She's in everything. She's in all the Lloyd Kaufman movies. What is she in? 257 film credits. Yeah,
that's a lot of movies, Jared.
She's in a fucking lot of movies. Probably like maybe less than 10% of them are worth watching, but she's cornered a market. She's she has a good attitude, great looking, and she's like basically found a niche in her in being like in Wonton baby, I guess. Gunnar Hansen, who played Leatherface originally, he's in this as a psychiatrist. So let me try to even remember what happens in this movie. There's a flash. The movie opens up in 1976. Elvis, or something like that. Yeah, it's Elvis goes to a Chinese food restaurant that's like Madame Wonton. And of course they're like, "Where's Lady Wonton?" And you're like, and then it's like, there's a Chinese woman. "Oh, you're Lady Wonton." "No, I'm not Lady Wonton." That kind of shit.
What did she say?
Like, you heard it. You
Okay.
know. And then of course you find out, what? Madame Wonton? It's Debbie Rochon. She's a white woman.
Yeah, that's. 9 times out of 10, that's what happens.
Yeah. So she winds up having a child with Elvis, because it's like also like a massage parlor, whorehouse, where you can also get some like ginger beef.
Tell me more.
And then it jumps ahead, and so she's got a daughter who talks like this, but it's a white girl, and it's like the whole movie she talks in pigeon speak. And then she's got a brother who's actually Asian, and he talks normal.
Okay.
Normal. Not in aha. It's something.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds fun, right?
Yeah. And so she's pregnant with
tell me more.
a mutant with a tentacle.
Is it a wonton baby?
It is like, it's a Cabbage Patch doll with a wig. That's like an Elvis wig, I think. And it talks. And the way it talks is like, I'll kill you. Yeah. I'm gonna do this. It's just like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Wonton Baby.
Sure it is.
You get what you pay for.
Of course it's wonton baby.
Yeah.
I'm glad you watched this. I know you were really interested.
No, and I'm sure that Corpse would approve.
I mean, I think he would. No,
I think so.
he's a wonton baby. You're a wonton baby. Like everybody's a wonton baby, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. It is.
Do you know what I mean?
I think so. I feel you.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see here. Okay. I probably should just mention I also watched Gore Horror.
Okay. That sounds like a good pick.
You know about this? You know about Gore Horror?
Haven't heard about it yet.
Okay. So this is a shot on video horror film from 1994.
Okay.
It is about a experiment that basically, what is it? She dies. A doctor's girlfriend that he experimented on, putting injections inside of her via like a dildo with fluids.
Excuse me.
She comes back and wants to kill the living, and like she bites off dicks. Like immediately, like the first scene of the movie, she's biting off a guy's dick.
Is that good?
It's pretty cool, I guess. She does
Okay.
she does a striptease first. There's a private investigator trying to get to the bottom of this.
Does she crack the case or what?
Well, does he crack the case?
Does he crack the case?
He does, but not before bad things befall people in his own life.
How so?
Well, his girlfriend dies, and then
Is that good though?
But by the end of the movie, at the very end, he has to take this like reanimator serum and inject it into his own girlfriend to bring her back.
Did she come back?
Yes, but then we're left. But is dead better?
Who are the real monsters, Jarrett?
Who are the real monsters?
I don't think I'd like this movie.
There's zombies. Do you like zombies?
Sometimes.
Do you like gore?
Sometimes.
How do you feel about horrors?
In which sense?
How do you feel about rude titties?
How rude? Like rude crude with an attitude,
Oh yeah,
or like a different kind of?
They know what they're doing.
If they had a red bandana on them, I think I'd be okay with it.
Okay, well, I mean,
Yeah.
the only way to find out is to check out Gore Horror for yourself.
I won't, but like
Well, I mean, like check out Hugh Gallagher's oeuvre. We've got
Mhm.
Gore-otica, Goregasm, and then Dead Silence.
the James Wan film.
Well, actually, no, this one's from 1989. Justice is served when mass murderer Sam Mason is put to death in the electric chair. Or is it? Would-be victim Terry is still haunted by Mason and soon finds death is no deterrent for Mason's spirit as he is hell-bent on nailing the final nail in Terry's coffin. On a desperate run for her life, Mason's spirit latches onto any unsuspecting soul in order to fulfill his quest to kill Terry. She may have put him in the chair, but he will put her through hell. It's kind of like Jason Goes to Hell.
It sounds like it.
No.
But is that good?
And then Goregasm. A down-and-out detective tracks a woman obsessed with giving people the ultimate climax through death. Hell yeah.
I don't think I'm going to watch these films, Jared.
What about Goreotica? Oh God, no. No way. Neil and Max are bank robbers.
Why is that your thing this month?
Max swallows an expensive jewel, gets shot and dies. Neil takes off with Max and meets Carrie the Necrophile.
That's how I would do it too.
Yeah, there'll be some doing it all right.
Jarrett.
RJ.
Jarrett.
Gross. You tell me now about Invisible Men.
All right. Well, I am. I think I got 5 left.
I know.
I'm gonna wrap them out to you.
Get.
Invisible Man from Leigh Whannell. Blumhouse meets Universal Monsters. You hear about this? You seen this?
Meets Upgrade.
Meets Upgrade. Yes. So I think we've talked about this movie a little bit. It's on Crave now, so I finally gave it a watch. It is Invisible Man, but it is more a story about a abusive relationship and a woman trying to get out of that abusive relationship. It is kind of metaphorical Invisible Men in the sense of it's like those things haunt you forever, but it is also literal, actual Invisible Men because he is a literal, actual Invisible Man. How does that sit with you, Jarrett?
Is it good? Does it work?
It is. Yeah, I like it. So I do think that I remember there were some questions brought up about the use of technology in this film. So in the original Invisible Man, he injects it. He has an injection that changes his body. In this Invisible Man, he is like I think they describe him as a world leader in optics.
Yeah.
So I think what would have been better actually would have been if they described him as a physicist, because I think that actually works better. Like, so he has a camera suit, and I don't think that's a spoiler.
Well, I think we've talked about it on the podcast because
you see it in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then like you see it, and then it doesn't get explained until like 2 hours in or something like that. But it's like you know what it is going into it. I don't have a problem with that because I do. For the Invisible Man franchise, I think their basis in like how they try to make it actual sciences, I kind of dig it. And even though the camera things is like, it's like a little silly. It's like it's not that far out. I just think they should have spun it a little different. Where I think it should have been like, I think he should have been a physicist and not an optics guy, because I think it would have been more believable. But that's just my thoughts on that. But it doesn't bother me that much, the camera suit. And I do think they do some fun stuff with it. But no, I liked it, man. I thought it was good. I think it's definitely worth watching. But I am also a Leigh Whannell min. Big fan of Upgrade, as I know you know. And I think it's got some stuff in there. I'm not a huge Elizabeth Moss fan. I didn't really watch Mad Men as much as everyone else, so like I don't really know her deal. I just know her from Us, which I didn't like too much, but I don't really know her deal. She's good in this.
That's all you know her from?
Well, no, I've seen 8 movies of her.
Oh, sad.
So I've seen some other ones, but and I think I watched seasons 1 and 2 of Mad Men, and then I just stopped. It's kind of like I'm bored of this show, which I know people will probably hate me for, but I don't care.
I don't think anyone. No one. There's no more Mad Men fans. They've all moved on to the next show. They're all about Queen's Gambit now.
Oh God, yeah. Well, she is fine in this, but you know who I really liked was this guy named Aldous Hodge. He's like a guy that she stays with. I thought he was good, and he is extremely physically fit, Jarrett.
Oh man, RJ.
Talking extreme abs.
Man.
You ever seen abs?
I can feel your attraction emanating through the sound waves.
But anyways,
are you going to be checking? Are you going to be checking out Hidden Figures and Straight Outta Compton now? Maybe get a peek at those abs once more.
I have wanted to watch Straight Outta Compton, but
were you aware that Aldous Hodge was in Edmund?
Who is he in Edmund?
I don't fucking know. He's
Let's
there
see.
somewhere. He's in Big Mama's House, The Lady Killers, Die Hard with a Vengeance. He's in a episode of Black Mirror I haven't seen.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh fuck! And he's in A Good Day to Die Hard. So he's in 2 Die Hard movies. What the hell?
He's very fit, Jarrett.
Jack Reacher, Never Go Back.
And actually thinking about it now, I'm underselling Elizabeth Moss a little bit. She's very good in this. Like, she's got a pretty good performance. She's real scared all the time, and it's believable.
Comes with the territory.
Yeah, but no, I liked it, man. I thought it was good. I think it's too bad that it hit at the time it did, like just when things were falling apart, kind of. But I mean, in terms of 2020 releases, it's at the top of my list.
God damn. I've heard some people say Invisible Man could be up for an Oscar because there are no movies.
Well, what is it going to be? Invisible Man versus Tenet, and that's it.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's good. And then I watched a movie that I do not understand, called The Reflecting Skin.
RJ, how you wanted to borrow it or you wanted to see it? I made it happen, and I was
this
like,
thing has a super high rating among people that I follow.
Yep.
And not that I really give a shit about ratings anymore. I don't. But I've heard this movie being talked about a lot as this pristine, like prestige format, artisanal film craft movie, like elevated horror. I think you pointed out.
well,
all these things that, well, ironically,
facetiously,
all these things. I was like, I'll check out Reflecting Skin. I was like, I've heard of Viggo Mortensen. I like him. I threw this on, and I honestly, I don't get it at all, and I really don't understand how this movie got away with what it did. Where it's like this is a shit ass B movie, but it's like, ooh, look at these wheat fields. And it was filmed around here. It was filmed in Calgary, like just out in the land, probably between Creepsville and Calgary. And like I think it's got nice shots of fields, but other than that, it's like this movie is ridiculous, and it is
you make it sound like it's a bad thing that it's ridiculous.
Well, I think this kind of fits in. What did you call Big Fish one time?
Like magic realism?
Yeah, I think this fits into that category a
little bit.
I
mean, yeah, it's got that. It's like a Guillermo. This would be one of Guillermo's favorite movies.
Probably.
Yeah. There's like, this is a niche of like, yeah. I'm trying to think of. There's several movies that I would throw onto this list. Like Lighthouse is one of them. There's Lady in White. There's this really good one. It's Italian. It's like Arcane, something like that. I'd have to double check what it is. But yeah, it kind of fits into this, like, before we came into the elevated horror era that we live in now, where everything's like, whatever you want to call it, like slow and protracted, prolonged action. There was this stuff coming out in like the late 80s, early 90s, where it's like these are like art house movies with horrific elements to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like it's definitely that, but I think this movie is ridiculous. Like some of the stuff that happens in it, I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Like the obvious one,
the movie I'm thinking of was Arcane Sorcerer, aka L'Arcano Incantore, by director Pupi Avati.
Who?
Pupi.
Poopy?
Pupi.
Okay.
Like puppy.
Pupi?
Maybe it's pronounced puppy. Puppy Avati.
Could have been.
Like Poppy. But puppy.
Yeah.
Which I also gave only 3 stars to. Much like Reflective Skin.
I don't know. I legitimately don't get this one.
It's a Stephen King novel, RJ. It's got it's got greaser kids menacingly
Comic
driving
books?
around
Abducting kids.
Yeah, and then you never see them again.
They're driving around abducting kids. You have this lady who's like freaking everyone out. You got like Viggo Mortensen, who is like a stand-in for HIV, I think, is like the metaphor there. It's like, because the little kid thinks he's being vampirized, but it's like, I think he has AIDS is what they're going for. I could be way off on that, but that's kind of how it seemed to me.
Well, because like the era definitely predates that.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't know what it is then, because it's like he starts out normal and then I guess maybe it is just vampirism, and I'm so used to those two things getting like chunked together as a theme that's where my mind went with it. I don't know, dude. I don't understand this movie. Like, I don't understand this movie at all, and that doesn't mean I don't know what the story is. I do. I get what it's trying to say. It's just I don't get it. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna go up to bat against people who are big Reflecting Skin enthusiasts. It's just
I think people are like the idea of the movie.
Yeah,
quite a bit. Because it is fairly unique, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to.
I don't like the elements in it.
The what? What is? Can you say that again, please?
The elements. I don't like the elements in it.
Can you unpack that?
I don't like that there's this weird mutant fetus that gets dragged around as an angel. I don't like that they're blowing up frogs. I don't like that the fake cynicalism of like people like lighting themselves on fire. Like, it all seems so artificial to me. It really does. Like, I don't understand this movie at all. I was watching it and I was just like, what the fuck is this? I like, this movie actively made me mad a little bit. I was like, what is this? And like, so I don't blame you for this because I asked for it, but I don't know, dude. Like, it's like I said, if people like it, that's fine. I don't care if you like it or not. It's just I do not think it's a good movie.
Well, I see a recent review of Reflecting Skin here, 0.5 star.
Ooh.
Quite possibly the worst film I've ever seen. If this is an undiscovered gem, then it needs to be undiscovered as soon as is humanly possible. Everything, and I mean everything about this film is bad. And just in case I'm not being 100% clear, I really, really, really fucking hate this piece of shit film.
Was that from me?
That's Patrick.
Okay. I think
someone else here wrote, I cannot give this film a rating because I went into it thinking it was a literal vampire movie.
What is it supposed to be? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like if Vigo's not getting vampirized, what's happening to him? What is the angel fetus?
These takes
Too
are
many
too
metaphors.
That whatever your take was too hot for recording.
Too many metaphors is what I'm saying. But yeah, I think my internet is getting spotty. But I just really hope you understand that I don't understand this movie.
That's okay. But did But did you understand Mausoleum?
Hell yeah, man! Mausoleum is awesome. I really like Mausoleum.
Yeah, Mausoleum was a great discovery that I made on the internet whenever it was, because this was like I watched this in my office at work like 3 years ago.
the amazing thing is that I watched this movie and then I went on to the Creeps Instagram, and it's like memory from 3 years ago, and it was you posted a picture from this movie. So we just like I didn't see that before. We just by chance watched it on October 26th, 3 years apart, just by chance.
Yeah,
which is pretty wild. Yeah, Mausoleum's awesome. I really like it. I like I like how the whole story plays out. Jeez. It's a little like it's not like a solid 5-star film or anything like that, but it's very entertaining.
Yes.
And the big standout for me was Elsie, the like the housekeeper, the maid. She is so funny because she like sees all the weird stuff going on, and she's like, "There's some weird shit going on."
Did you see my review? I don't know if you read my review.
No, I don't know.
Well, where I basically mentioned how like this movie's got the bit from Eddie Murphy in Raw, like his comedy special, where it talks about like black people in a haunted house, and it's just like, what the fuck is this shit? And like it's like this movie did this before that bit, and you're like, yeah, like what's up with that? Like it's interesting because they're like, yeah, they got no time for this. Like it's like, no, this is bad, and it's like, so yeah. That character is really good. And I think I pitched Mausoleum to you when I watched this. It's like, this is everything I want in like Creeptober, is like to come across a movie like this.
Yeah.
Like this is like every time you watch like a movie like this, it has a poster like this, you hope it's like Mausoleum. And like 9 times out of 10, they're definitely like not. They're like Hack-O-Lantern. But yeah, Mausoleum was a rare treat. And now available, RJ, from our good friends at Vinegar Syndrome.
And Shudder.
Yeah, and them too.
No, I agree with you completely. I didn't realize the Eddie Murphy thing, but yeah, her approach to that is super funny. And then she just gets out of there. She's like, fuck this shit. She's like, great, googly moogly. And she says... She has a line. She's like, I don't drink now that I've found Christ, but she drinks. She's like, there's some weird shit going on in here, and I'm like, I get you, girl. But yeah, it is one of those rare finds, I think, where it's just like, yeah, it's like, this is what I want. Like the colors, the sound, the story is pretty well enough there. But then you also have like groundskeepers that are just like scratching their tummies, like looking in windows and stuff, and like really. One of the best scenes is when you see the groundskeeper's day. Like he's like kind of sexually aggressive with the lady, and then she like denies him. He's like, all right. So he goes and chops some wood. He goes and has lunch. You see him sharpening a blade for a while. You see him take a nap on the dock for a little bit. And this is like, it's a long sequence. But it's really, it fits. It's good. Yeah, Mausoleum's good. I like Mausoleum. It's good stuff. And there's a weird like body faces and stuff like that. It's good stuff. Mausoleum's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna blast through a few, and then I'll hand it back to you for your last 3. I watched another shot on video movie called Savage Harvest. This is a redsploitation movie crossed with demons in the woods, and it's not very good. And then I watched Lunatic from 1991. This is a ghoul movie. This is like almost like, it's like really low budget, low run Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. It might have even probably been the inspiration, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, for Lunatic, I think. Yeah. Maybe. Henry would have been seeing, then Lunatic's like, I want to do that. Because there's some like pretty sketchy home invasion stuff in this that is kind of undermined by some fucking hilariously bad acting, and then it turns into almost like a comedy, like a dark comedy ish, and then it kind of just loses its way for a while. But yeah, it is pretty well like fifth, Z grade. Z grade's maybe a little harsh, but yeah, it's low grade Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. But the first,
I gotcha.
The first kill of this though is like, it's like some Gold State Killer stuff, where a guy gets just like the killer just charges into the house, starts just punching people out in the face, punches the guy in the face, handcuffs him to the like door, and then he proceeds to rape his wife in front of him, and he's like, no, don't do that, no. And it's like and And then he slashes her throat. And then, no, don't, oh God. You're like, well, fuck, this is like, I mean, if you took that out of it, the way it's just shot and the feeling of it, you're just like, God damn. And then the guy goes into the kitchen and he comes out with like a pair of like scissors and he proceeds to cut off the guy's nose. And it's like, oh, like, God damn it. Like, what's up with this? And then, like, it's it's a sequence of this guy just, like, killing people until he goes into a house. Because, the version of this I was watching was so washed out. Like, it was like a 6th generation VHS rip. Like, you can't see anything. Like, anything involving, like, white has just completely become pure white. So he's looking at newspaper headlines and you can't read them. But then he meets a girl who's also a serial killer, and then they team up and kill some people together. And then eventually he meets her brother, and it all falls apart, and then he gets electrocuted. The end. It's good time. Time.
This sounds horrible. Horrible for me personally.
Yes, this is not a fun shot on video film. No,
it does not sound like it.
No, I'll tell you when there's something for you, RJ.
Okay.
Yeah, don't you worry. I'm just talking about things. And then I rewatched Ringu, The Ring.
Oh yeah,
the OG. Well, not even the original, because there was like a TV miniseries that existed.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, they made a lot of Ringu things. It's all very confusing. So I hadn't seen this movie for a long time, and when I first watched it, I thought it was amazing. One of the best of the J horror things. Rewatching it, it's so well made. There's not much of a story though, and this is a movie that like people really, really, really like. I even I think I was looking back at my old like top horror movie list, and I had this on there, even though I hadn't seen it forever. And watching it again, like it looks great. The atmosphere is fantastic. It feels like such a real movie. It feels completely unlike horror movies do. But maybe like from the time I watched this movie back in the early 2000s and watching like, I Know What You Did Last Summer or Scream, like American horror movies, watching Ringu was like, holy shit, this is amazing. And now realizing, there's all these other movies that exist. And then coming back to watch this and be like, this is good. But it's not like this like masterpiece, I don't think, that people talk about, because there's not enough there. And then I watched the sequel, because there was actually a sequel in between this, because they tried to capitalize on it by doing a real quick version called Spiral, that like I think is universally regarded as absolutely crap and no one should watch it. It is included on the Blu-ray for Ringu 2. So I watched Ringu 2, which I had never seen before, and it is a direct sequel to the original, with the surviving actors all coming back. And this movie just tries to explain everything and forgets to be a horror. And it just forgets to be a horror movie. So
that's too bad. And you don't want that.
Like in my review mentioning, like this is kind of what I imagine It Follows 2 would be like, where it's like where it's like this seems like a really bad idea, because it's just going to it's everything that was great about It Follows will be lost if you try to make a second one. It wouldn't make any sense to do it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because isn't that what that guy said for It Follows? Is like, we're going to look at what the monster thinks.
Yep.
And it's like, no, don't, please.
We're going to go back into the history of it. It's like, no.
Like, no.
I don't want that. This is not good. This is like horror adjacent. I checked out this fairly short film called, it's feature length, but it's called Muscle, RJ.
What kind of muscle?
Body muscle, man muscles, abs, traps.
Well, I like abs.
Quads.
Okay.
Yeah, you like that? You like that talk? So this is a Japanese movie by one of those transgressive type of filmmakers. And do you know what this is about, RJ? This is kind of a movie about body worship, homoeroticism, and Pasolini fandom, as this guy, as the main character in this, really wants to watch Salo, aka Salo.
Is that what the whole movie is about? Is that it's a guy who wants to watch Salo?
That's part of it. So what happens is this guy, he works for a muscle magazine. He gets sent out on assignment to go to a like muscle man contest, bodybuilder contest, and he just falls in love with a man that's like competing, and they start having a relationship, and it turns out that guy is into some dark sadomasochistic stuff. Lots of some knife play and biting and stuff like that, and like it turns very abusive really quickly. This is all like done very like rapidly, and then to basically get out of this relationship, our protagonist takes a samurai sword and cuts off the arm of this man. He goes to jail for this, and he gets out, but of course, ever since he he went to jail, and now that he's got out, all he's been doing is thinking about this guy. He can't get him out of his mind. He misses it. He misses the pain. He misses it, and he's like starts like having this like thing where he's trying to find this guy, and he's asking around for a one-armed man. And at the same time, he also is working at a revival theater. And they're doing a Pasolini like revival thing, watching Pasolini movies. But he really wants to watch Salo, but he missed his opportunity to watch it because he was in jail when it played in Japan, and now he's really trying to watch a copy. He has a friend in Italy that hooks him up with a PAL VHS, but now he has to find a way to get it converted to NTSC, and but it's really difficult too because it hasn't been certified in Japan, so no company will do it that's legitimate. It's all very sad. Some gay hustler that he talks to at the docks, he takes his tape and smashes it, which, of course, the only sane thing you do when someone smashes your tape is you kill them, of course. But the whole movie is just like, he's looking for this man. He just can't get him out of his mind. That's all he wants. And then it just takes a darker and darker turn. But then they do find love and an understanding through further mutilation.
This sounds like a real Jarrett pick.
Absolutely. And
you got some enjoyment out of this?
I did. It's so well made. Like this is a greatly made movie, but again, not an RJ pick.
They never are.
No, the guy, Hisasu Sato, he is a Pinku filmmaker whose titles include Splatter, Naked Blood. My favorite RJ, and you might want to put this on your list for next year, Lolita Vibrator Torture from 1987.
Yeah, that totally sounds like a movie I'd be into.
Then we got Survey Map of a Paradise Lost, Love minus 0 equals infinity. Bondage ecstasy.
Love minus 0 equals
equals infinity. Yes.
It sounds like Lionel Hutz, Zap Brannigan, like fusion somehow.
How about can I sell you on Pleasure Kill?
Depends on what kind.
How about Brain Sex?
Yeah, I would watch that one.
How about that one's pretty. That's pretty. Ooh, that's a nice. Ooh, The Fetist. It's got a pretty evocative poster. So it's got that really great. I don't know what you would call 80s Asian photography look that you see in like magazines and stuff like that. Really nice. But it's movies from 1998. That seems way later than that photo style. Ooh, baby. Bondage Ecstasy looks pretty fucking cool, RJ. I think this is on the gay Pinku style, though. I'm not sure how if you're down with that. Ooh, Celluloid Nightmares.
Title stands out for a few reasons.
Ooh, the Bedroom from 1992. It's got like someone wearing a gas mask, leather gloves. They're snuggling up to someone's torso, holding their butt. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna check these out this week?
No, not this time. But hey, November, right?
I guess if you want, you can go into overtime.
I checked out a documentary, RJ, called Executions.
Was it good?
It's about just showing like footage of people being executed all across the world, but it is damning of the practice of capital punishment. And
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've seen people being executed before.
What?
It's
Why?
It's just like in documentaries, it pops up. We've seen like Night and Fog. You've seen Holocaust footage and stuff like that. We've seen some dark shit. But this is all about execution. But like, it's actually not. It doesn't have as much footage as I thought it would have. There's a lot of explanation, a lot of like Nazis, because that's the one thing a lot of people have talked about is Nazis. They're so bad. So there's a lot of that, and it's like kind of a jumble of like how the order is. But fuck me, the last 5 minutes of this goddamn thing, whoo, you get to see a man's face get shot, and good God, oh yeah, that I was like shit. And I actually said out loud, "Oh fuck," and I'm like, "God damn you, executions from 1995." And RJ, this is on YouTube.
Well, I was gonna say you did it to yourself, but YouTube.
YouTube, yeah, that's on me. That's on me.
And they take our videos down.
Okay. Yeah, RJ, go for it. You wrap up your last 3 pictures, and then I've got a few more. Then we're good. We're good.
Well, I might say something that shocks you. I only have 2 pictures left.
Oh, right. We talked about Host.
Although I will say I did try to watch The Barn the other night, and it turns out that I was watching The Barn.
Oh, no.
So but it apparently it was still a horror film. It was just a couple years later, and it was really weird. It was like, so The Barn I was trying to watch was like about mutants in a barn. The Barn I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, I don't think this is the right movie. But it like if you read the 2 descriptions, you'll be like, okay, so I started watching it, and then it started with 9/11 footage, and I was like, I was like, wait a
wrong
minute.
barn.
So the barn I thought I was watching was from 2016, and I think the barn I got was from 2018.
Yeah, Matt Bureau as opposed to Justin Seaman.
Yeah. So I was like watching it, and it was like 9/11, and then it was something about like zombies or some shit, and I was just like,
fuck, this looks so good. Oh.
Yeah, I think I might have finished that one.
No.
Instead.
No.
It's still a horror movie, so I was like, because this barn isn't. I thought this was on Tubi, but it's not. It's the other barn. This barn's on Prime.
So,
oh man, I really fucked up.
Okay, so my review here, fascinatingly terrible French film pretending to be American, set in a world where there was a zombie outbreak post 9/11 that was contained, but the story is at least half a serial killer whodunit.
Yeah, that sounds like what the movie I was watching.
Yeah,
because it was like a serial killer, and I was like, what? I was like, I thought this movie was about fucking mutants. Like, what is this? So I goofed.
Yeah.
Good here.
Yeah. You played yourself.
I played myself, but whatever, you know. I followed that up with, because I was sick of myself, I watched Blood of the Werewolf, which is a shot-on-video film, I believe.
I would have to watch to confirm this, because
Holly Horror says it's a SOV horror anthology.
So
Do you trust her?
More than I would trust her
more than me.
Yeah.
So this was it's like a shot-on-video little werewolf thing. It's an anthology. First one is like very Christian people who want to keep it's like a grandma who's keeping her daughter away from people, and they all think it's weird, but it's like, hey, guess what, werewolf. And then it's a story about 2 ladies that are in love, and then the one lady is part of a wolf pack, and she's trying to convince her pack to bring in this girl. Okay. And then the third story is the most dangerous game meets dog soldiers. So it's like it's werewolf people hunting men, and that's like the big hook at the end. It's like a guy running away for 10 minutes, and then at the end it's dog soldiers, and you're like, all right, this movie's it's not good, Jarrett.
Yeah,
but again, I was kind of like working on my computer while I was watching this, and I didn't feel like it was a waste of time. And I feel like that's my biggest seal of approval for some Creeptober films is that
absolutely.
I didn't feel like my time was wasted, even though it's like this is a very, very low end movie, like one of those last ones I was talking about.
I'm a proponent of camp blood movies, so
You might get something out of this. Like, it's not what was the other one I was talking about that was a low end? I can't even remember now. It's not
the Starship Terror.
Oh yeah, Spaceship Terror is better than Blood of the Werewolf for sure.
Yeah.
For sure, but it's all right. It's all right. And then I watched a Jarrett pick, Dam Mapu, which I believe the reason I watched this was because you were saying that this was one of the movies that made you uncomfortable.
Yep.
And I think this is a fitting way to end because when watching this film, Jarrett, at a certain time, I kind of stopped watching and I just looked into the distance. And I genuinely had a thought to myself. I was kind of like, what am I doing? Just in not just in this life, but in general, in movies, in life. I was like, where am I in my life, you know? So this movie it's definitely upsetting and hard to watch. It is super uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
So it is, in that sense, it is a very effective horror film. I don't even know what to say about this movie other than it did genuinely make me uncomfortable. And there were a few scenes where I was like, I don't even want to watch this.
When I watched this movie, I had to like hit pause and like walk away for a little bit and do like, oh my God, and then go back to it and be like, oh fuck.
It's just such long lingering scenes of this lady doing her thing. And
what do you mean? What does doing her thing consist of, RJ?
Do you want me to say?
Yes. Well, I mean, because the audience doesn't know about Dans Mapu.
Dans Mapu?
Directed and starring, and I'm assuming written by one Marina Devon.
Well, yeah. So like, I think she does a really good job as an actress, and I do think the movie, it's a good horror film. It's just like it did make me super uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, it's like
which is the point.
It's like a real movie. Like it doesn't feel like a horror movie. It's kind of like, oh, you're watching like a drama, but it's like, what's the drama about? And it's like it's a ridiculous premise ultimately. Yeah. But it's like done completely seriously and realistically, I guess, like to a point where it's like,
that's a good way to put it, actually, where it's ridiculous, but it's played very straight, so it comes off genuine in that sense. It's a lady, she's got a life, she's got a boyfriend, she's got a job. None of that really matters because once things started getting like really into it, that's all I took away from this film was the gnarly scenes. So she's a lady. You get like lots of other character moments in her life, but then what it comes down to is it starts small and then it gets bigger. She's into self-mutilation, and then not just self-mutilation, but self-cannibalism. So she's self-mutilating and cannibalizing herself
while working at a public relations company.
Yes. Yeah. So in her off time, you know how like you and me like to relax?
Yeah.
This is her form of relaxation. And it is horrifying. I do think it's like, it's not like, it's just the extent of the scenes, how long they play out for. You just see her, she's just kind of slicing off a piece. Yeah. And then she's just kind of hanging out,
and then
touching the blood.
And then there's people coming over and she's like bleeding through her clothes. And it's kind of like
bleeding through.
No.
Yeah. So it's a very upsetting movie. The only gripe I have against it, because it's like, I don't think there's anything like I can say for or against it other than if you're looking for something to make you uncomfortable, this is there's that scene where those guys try to throw her in the pool and you're just like, who is this like roving gang of rapists that just like attack like a lady they don't know? Like, I don't know if you even remember that scene, but they try to get her and they try to throw her in the pool, and then one guy notices that she's bleeding, and so they're like, oh, he's like, maybe we should stop. but it's like they didn't even know who she was. They were just trying to grab her, and I was just like, what's up with these? It's like, what is this, an Italian movie? Like, what's going on here?
Well, it is Europe.
It is Europe, but yeah, this movie is very, very upsetting, and I've seen it now.
You did it.
I don't.
It was as advertised.
It was as advertised.
Because this is Jarrett saying, yeah, this movie made me go, oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and that's, people always ask, it's like, what movies scare you? And it's like, it's not scary, but this movie will make you very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the only way I can think of it, because I can't think of movies that like scare me. Like where I'm like, oh, like, but there's movies that make me go, oh fuck.
Yeah, I think this is more to that anyways, though, because it's like, it's not scary, it's just, but it's like, you're gonna feel this fucking movie when you're watching it.
Mm-hmm.
If you finish it too. Like, I think that's a mark on its own. It's like, if you actually finish this movie, is a different story altogether.
Well, you betcha.
But yeah, horrifying, and that's all I've watched. So maybe I'll try to watch The Right Barn for next week,
nice.
But maybe I won't.
And it'll be it'll be Cassavetes week.
Yeah, so we could.
Part 3.
He fits in with the barn.
The barn.
The barn.
Very quickly.
So what about you? Did you watch any movies?
Very quickly, I watched
Yeah.
the Unborn franchise, parts 1
how was
and
that?
2. Not bad, RJ. But you know what? I'm a fan of the monster baby.
Did you figure out why we had this movie in our watch list?
No idea why we both had the Unborn 2 in our list. I suspect maybe it has something to do with shockwaves. Maybe like somebody mentioned it and they might have pitched it in a way where we're like, hell yeah. But I don't know. I have no idea. Like, nothing about Rick Jacobson, the director, makes me go, yeah, that sounds like my speed. It's all these like fucking Michael Dudikoff action movies, Full Contact. I can almost see his balls. Bitch Slap he directed. Like, none of this is gonna fucking sell me on anything. So like, I don't know. Oh, but you know what's cool? Cool. The first Unborn. You know the cinematographer on that was
Wally Pfister.
Wally Pfister.
Are you serious?
I am 100%. Yes, this is his first job. It was his first. It was his first job.
I didn't. I swear to God, I didn't look that up. But when you said cinematographer, it was the first name that popped in my mind because it's, Christopher Nolan's new bud.
Yep.
So
and The Unborn was directed by Rodman Flender, whose other works include Leprechaun 2 and a little movie, RJ, called Idle Hands.
When are you gonna watch Idle Hands? Is the real question.
Rewatch Idle Hands.
When are you gonna rewatch Idle Hands?
Not anytime soon.
Well, it's a prestige film, but continue on about The Unborn.
So Unborn, the first one stars what's her name? Brooke Adams, super charming lady. Her husband has got one of those stupid 80s beards that like all bad guys have, but he's not even like that bad of a guy, but maybe he is. Because they're all pieces of shit at the end of the day, aren't they? James Cameron plays Dr. Richard Meyerling. You'll recognize him from Return of the Living Dead. He's one of the goofball old guys in that. And this guy basically is trying to make genetically superior babies without these women knowing it, using in vitro. And of course, there's a lot of talk. He's part of the Human Genome Project.
Aren't they all?
And that's what they say. Anyway, so there's like the opening scene is like a woman being like, "Oh, I think I'm having the baby. Oh God, I'm going into convulsions." And then like her stomach just splits open and it cuts away, and then it's like the Unborn. And then we cut to another woman who's like, she gets the procedure done. She's coming along. She goes to like, class, the breathing classes and stuff like that. Meets a woman that's got a bit of an attitude and hates this like touchy-feely lady stuff, because she's like, I have no time for that crap. You stupid feminists. They basically are saying in this whole bit. Yeah, but it turns out they are evil.
Aren't they always
evil feminists? And it's like, so you gotta be able to handle your own shit.
I agree.
Women shouldn't be in it together. I don't know. Maybe. So anyway,
well,
there's and that's Kathy Griffin who plays one of those ladies, and Wendy Hammers. Hell of a name right there.
Wendy Hammers. That is a good name. I like that.
So yeah, it's all about a woman who needs to get an abortion, and she happens to find a guy who's doing abortions in a back alley.
Is he good though?
It doesn't take.
Yeah, that happens.
It's bad business. Unborn 2 has nothing to do with the previous one, except that this movie goes kind of like the zanier route, where there is a woman who was part of this original plot to create super babies.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's going around wearing Terminator sunglasses and just fucking killing babies. And it's wicked.
Yeah.
There's a shootout in wherever in the hospital where they keep the newborns.
Mm-hmm.
There's a shootout there. This is after she shot a baby in the head. Like a newborn infant. She shoots this baby in the head. And then there's a shootout. And then she gets away. And then we get a scene where the camera shows you a baby with its head blown off in the little thing, the little clear glass thing, and you're like, what is this movie? And it's like, oh my god, they killed a baby, and it's like, this is it doesn't handle it in any way where this is supposed to be disturbing. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, dead babies. And she kills a bunch of dead babies, but now she's got a target on our protagonist, who's got a monster baby that is again an evil Cabbage Patch baby, and it's like mommy, and it eats people. It's got a hunger and a taste for blood and mayhem.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
I feel like this could also be the Jarrett Duncan story. A biopic. But
well, who's who? Am I having a monster baby, or am I the monster baby?
Yes.
That's a great idea for a podcast. Monster Baby Podcast. It has nothing to do with anything in particular. It's just called Monster Baby.
I think that's a really good band name. But I don't ever want to hear the phrase, that's a great idea for a podcast, ever out of you again.
Podcast Baby?
Yeah, well, that's a great idea for a podcast. We already do that. We don't need any more.
So Unborn movies, worth a watch. Good time, cool. Good times to be had. I checked out Killdozer, thinking, hey, I've had a pretty good streak of these inanimate killer object movies. How about Killdozer? Not so great. It's kind of like it should be better, but it doesn't. It's just like 4 guys getting picked off one by one by a killing dozer, but it is kind of an alien movie, kind of. A meteorite crashes, and then it's just in the ground, and then this bulldozer kind of bumps into it, and then this mysterious Star Trek glow transfers from the meteor into the blade of the bulldozer, and then it completely possesses it and can operate it, and it goes after them on an island off the coast of Africa or some shit, when it's clearly just rural California. All great made for TV movies.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds all right. They can't all be winners.
It's a matinee movie. That's about all I can say about it. It's harmless, but it's just there. And I wrap things up, for this Ghoul School year, with some Tobe Hooper and rewatching the movie Funhouse that I have not seen in a really, really, really long time. And is exactly like I remembered it, where it's got this really... Have you seen Funhouse?
I have not.
I think you might like Funhouse more than a lot of not Texas Chainsaw Massacre Tobe Hooper movies. It's about dirty ass carnies, kids hanging out. It's I guess 80s sweat, if you want to call it that. And it's got a monster, and it's got there's 2 sequences that are kind of back to back that are fantastic, absolutely so good. There's the one thing I remembered about Funhouse when I watched it 15 years ago, being that scene was so good, and watching it again, I felt the exact same way, where I'm yeah, there's a lot of nothing to this movie. There's the kernel of this movie, the heart of it. When you get to it, it's so well directed, and you're fuck, why doesn't Tobe Hooper do this more? But that's not how things worked out.
It's just not the way his cards were meant to be dealt, you know?
No. He has themes, though. He likes fathers and sons that have something wrong with them.
Wrong in what way?
Well, there's two extremes. There's kind of the Leatherface wrongness, and in this, there's where you're like a mutant.
I prefer the mutant one.
This movie's got some mutant cows, legit mutant cows.
Real cows?
Real cows, real mutant cows.
Were they harmed in any way?
Well, they're just hanging out. I mean, they're
Okay,
probably
that's
like
cool.
they're like kind of the the freak cows. One doesn't have a nose, and there's another. There's a two.
Okay.
Then there's like a two-headed cow, two-faced
And-
cow technically.
But they're cool, right?
Yeah, they're being fed. They're just like brought out to be hang out. Nothing happens to these cows. They're just
Okay.
the one's just like kind of licking its face, like, but it's like kind of off because it doesn't have a snout, a muzzle, and it's just like kind of
I
it's
see.
just like it's deformed cows, mutants.
Okay.
But they're hanging, but they're being fed and nothing untoward happens. They're just like, oh hey, cows, they're allowed to live.
I'll be the judge of that
Okay.
when I watch it eventually.
Yeah, I would say Funhouse is worth your time one day. One day.
I'll check it out.
No.
I'll give you that.
Especially if you're into seeing mutants getting jerked off a little bit. Are you into that? It's real quick.
I just don't know. I don't even know what to say.
Well, me neither. But I don't know, RJ. I think we went over 4 hours.
Jesus Christ. So let's end this.
Okay. Well, folks, that's it for 2020. The end of Ghoul School for another school year.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be back next week and every week with you forever, because Criterion's not slowing down and we can't either. Next week we're definitely watching opening night. We'll see if we want to watch Constant Forge. That's optional because it doesn't actually have a spine number and is
You're watching it.
200 minutes, RJ. 200 minutes. I don't know. I mean, you're the Cassavetes super fan amongst us, so I think that's.
I'll maybe watch it.
But but you've got DS9 to watch.
This is highly, highly difficult for me to make this decision.
Cisco.
What will I do? Find out next week.
Find out next week, fans, and have yourselves a safe, COVID-free Halloween alone in the basement with the porch light off and just fucking like snuggle in, watch some like titty slashing, some self-mutilation, some mutant cows.
Or you can watch some fun stuff like Mausoleum.
Yep. That too.
Right? Sure.
Stream it. You don't even have to like spend any money. Go to Tubi. Go to Tubi.
Yeah, Tubi. Watch The Barn.
Watch The Barn. And if you really, after listening to us for 4 hours, you want to listen to some more, listen to that other podcast.
Sure. Do whatever feels right, right?
Do what feels right. Just like the best horror movies where people do really deranged things. RJ just encouraged it. That's the Catholic thing to do.
Do what feels right. Ask for forgiveness later.
Good night, RJ.
Garrett Pumpkin is doing things I've never even thought of. This is way more than I signed up for.